Mabuhay, Kamustika, welcome. How are you? This is Bob from Love Beyond the Sea, and welcome to tonight's live stream. It's Friday, December 20th. Hard to believe it's only 5 days away from Christmas. It certainly, to me, doesn't seem like it. So I need to kind of get into the Christmas spirit here. So, being that it's so late in the year and that we've got a vacation coming up to the Philippines, I thought it's a good time to do a live stream. And I like doing the live streams. And I hope that you would join in tonight. We can talk about anything, but we have to have something in there to get us going. And so, what I have chosen for tonight is there a Filipina in your life this Christmas? Is there a Filipina in your life this Christmas? This is a time of year that can be very depressing for people who are alone. You know, I've been there many times in my life, and what I've been trying to do here for about the year and a half on Love Beyond the Sea as I wait for some people to join me here tonight is try to encourage men to go look for a wife overseas. And for many of us, we have struggled mightily where we are, often in the West, and kind of get to dreading these holidays because it's supposed to be a happy time of year. You get together with other people, other family members, and then you kind of feel like you're missing out. And so, one of the things a guy can do is try to set sail for finding a wife in another country. Myself, it was the Philippines back in 2015 when I met her. I just did a video yesterday, I think, from outside in the parking lot where I got my DVD of the wedding, which was, I don't know, it was cracked or damaged. It must have been damaged. It wasn't working. And they were able to salvage it, get it transferred over to a quality CD or DVD. I guess they look the same to me. And then also give me a 16 gigabyte flash drive and put it on there, where they said I could probably put on about 5 hours of video and a couple thousand pictures on top of that. So that's just to preserve that day. And so that's what this channel is about, finding love beyond the sea. So before we go to the Philippines, next week we'll be leaving the day after Christmas. Thank you for people here tonight. I hope more will join us. And I'd like to talk about, we can talk about anything that you want to talk about relative to Filipinas, singleness, relationships, marriage. But for tonight, the title is There a Filipina in Your Life This Christmas? Some of the things we could toss around about this would be, do you know of other couples? And what can you take away from their relationships if you've known somebody, especially up close, that is married to a Filipina? Are you thinking about looking overseas? Have you started looking overseas by browsing some dating sites? Have you talked to Filipinas before? Is this something you've kicked around but not really been serious about, and are thinking maybe in 2020 I need to turn a new leaf in my life and start looking for a wife, just looking for her in another country? Personally, it was something I've been looking for many years, and was able to quickly find someone. I got a cold sore here. The doctor said right away that's because of stress. So I guess I'm not sure why I wouldn't have had them a lot more in my life, but I don't know what the stress would be now that would be so severe that it would be worse than the other kinds. But that's what that is. It's a cold sore. Have you identified anybody? If you are looking for a Filipina, is there somebody you've been kind of focusing on? Have you maybe found several that you're beginning to talk to? Are you realizing that, maybe now going forward, you should think about finding a wife overseas? And for example, what are you most concerned about? If you are thinking, well, yeah, Filipina would sound nice. It'd be nice to get married. Be nice to at least have somebody to talk to, even if it's an online relationship. Um, what would you be most concerned about in this situation? And what would you need to be more comfortable about finding a wife in another country? So while I throw that out there, I do want to say that I will be releasing a video a day here for the next 8 days, because we'll be going to the Philippines for 23 days, and that includes the travel, as our plans had to change. And but we are leaving the day after Christmas. Otherwise, we would have been there by now. So I'm hoping we don't run into any earthquakes out there, but that very well could be. But I'm going to be doing a playlist. It's a retirement series called Expat um, Trial Run while we're there in the Philippines. So I want to do some lives out there. I've never done that before. I've heard people say how long it takes to upload. So I don't know how that's going to work, but we'll get my wife's laptop over there, and I want to do as many as I can, get as much film as I can about the area and my thoughts on retirement. It's been a year and a half since I've been there. It seems longer than that. A twit in the Philippines. Good to see you here this evening. Do you have some Eastern European ancestry? My family is Latvian. My father was from Riga, Latvia. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the capital. And whether that's Eastern European, I don't know. Parabiology 101. Good to see you here. Hope your back is doing better so you can make that trip to the Philippines, just like I am. I've got a foot to be concerned about now. Been to Eastern Europe? No, have not been to Eastern Europe. We would like to see Italy. At least I think we would both like to see Italy one of these days. We were going to go to Germany a few years ago, and well, I guess we were a little ambitious in our plans because it would have ended up costing a real fortune. But I do want to do some travel. If I have a bucket list, I think there are a couple of places I would like to see. Paris again, Italy would be nice to see. Not improve. It's improving, but not there yet. Well, I guess all you can do is take some good pain meds. I guess parabiology. After the first trip I made to the Philippines, I've done pretty good as far as back pain, but I do try to stand up in the aisle of the plane. Not many people do for some reason. I mean, if you're on the one flight's 12 and a half hours, man, just stand up and go to the bathroom, stand by your seat. That's why I like to sit on the outside so I can get out without, my long legs knocking over people and my feet stepping on them, which always happens if I'm not on the very end. But we'll see. That's where we were asked to we asked to be assigned, and we'll see when we actually get there. Where we're going to be assigned. The main thing, I guess, is that I'm sitting with Aiza on this trip. Twit in the Philippines. I did choose to date a Filipina because of the few things I had heard, which was, well, of course, one thing I saw, which was their physical beauty. Always liked that. Always liked Filipina. I just, for whatever reason, never thought that, hey, why don't I just go marry one? I assumed, well, they're nice, but I'll find somebody here in America. How hard can it be? Well, after about 3 decades, it became obvious to me I had to do something else. Russian, Ukrainian ladies, yes, that's I guess a market to say, where other men are looking, and I know someone that has done that. Many others have too, and the reason that didn't have appeal to me, a twit in the Philippines, was just because I was fascinated with Filipinas and their short stature. Always wanted a short woman. Always thought that would be great to have a short wife. To me, short would be like 5'2". Absolutely incredible, adorable. For me, that's a big quality. Then you start looking at like 5 foot, 4'11". I really get excited. So dark skin, or light dark skin, long, beautiful black hair, um, accent, reputation for making good wives. I want to encourage men to find a wife. It doesn't matter to me where they have to go in this world. You know, it could be right where they are, but I mean, there are a lot of people expressing that it's getting really tough to find somebody. So one option they have, if it's not too intimidating and way out there, is to find someone from another country. The internet brings you so much closer to be able to communicate with this person just like we are here, really. And then it's just up to your research on the country and the culture and asking them questions. And it's happening a lot these days. Parabiology, Filipina appeals more to me than Russian Ukrainian. Reason is age gap. Okay, age gap, more acceptable in addition to cultural conservative values and morals along with Filipina disposition. Yeah, the age gap wasn't even something I was hell bent and determined to have. It's just that once I started looking around Christian Filipina, where I signed up, thank you for the thumbs up, whoever that would be, I noticed that the women would have an age range, and I noticed that very often it was quite wide. Now, if you on American dating sites, I was on plenty of them, you might see, if they have that, it's going to be pretty close. And some of them might not even have those ranges. But I was 53 when I started that. And I kind of got to the point where I thought, you know what? I'm too old for a 50-year-old. They seem to want somebody younger at that point. And I thought, what am I going to do? Waiting all this time, and I'm going to marry someone that's 60. I had a 56-year-old. I was on one of these dating sites nearby town, and never got anywhere with that. Considered a couple. One woman was in like Iowa, not very close, 4+ hours. Another one in Kansas, 4+ hours. I would have gone there just to have lunch, shake their hand, come back. But that didn't work either. Once I indicated that I was willing to go out and see them, they disappeared. So I don't know, but I don't think that's likely to happen with the Philippines. But yeah, the age gap is something you can have, not that you have to have. There are pluses and minuses with an age gap. And I like the fact that in the Philippines, they don't have divorce. And, that sounded good to me. And yeah, Filipinos are known worldwide for being sweet and caring, parabiology states, and such is true. They can really take care of their husband. If that husband is nice to her, good to her, she'll want to take care of him. She'll want other people to see that he is well taken care of, because it matters to the Filipina. Hank Hilliam, welcome tonight. Hank, Ukrainian women are cute, but from what I've seen, they have cold personalities and seem conniving. Well, it's something to find out. When you have a physical attraction to a woman from a certain part of the world, you know what you're kind of looking for as far as their disposition and personality. And so, doing a Skype will allow you to gauge body language, tone of voice, all kinds of things, And if you see them over and over again, and the body language is still positive, and the words that they're saying are not contradictory, then at some point you just decide, well, maybe they're not quite what I was, maybe this fit the stereotype, but I think I could work it out with this person. But it doesn't matter whether it's Dominican Republic, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, somewhere. I just think it's such a big world that before somebody gives up, and time does go by pretty fast, that they would at least try to learn from other channels, other YouTube channels that talk about finding someone overseas, and there are a ton of them. Parabiology says the age gap matters to me because I still want kids, plural. And we're that's still something that may be in our future. I keep getting tested, and kind of a long story, but I would be surprised if one day that might not be possible for us. But again, as I alluded to or mentioned last time, you got possible birth defects because of either the man or the woman. Maybe the woman is a lot younger, that helps. But as she gets to be 30 and above, then she begins to contribute, something to that could cause a birth defect like autism, schizophrenia, and yet you just don't know. But for your sake, Parabiology 101, I hope that the woman that you are interested in will be able to be that person for you, and you can raise a family. We'll see. I think there's certainly good things about raising a family. It's just I'm 58 now, and that really kind of hurts to say that, because I don't wake up every day thinking how old I am, but I sure wish I was 40. I wish I was 30. I wish I was 25 and had the knowledge that I do now. But don't we all? Don't we all? Russia is beautiful. St. Petersburg looks like an Italian city, but it's quite a bit cheaper in the Philippines, and I'm all for it. What I don't want to see is guys just give up and be alone. Marriage is tough. It's challenging, but there's nothing wrong with challenges. It makes you a better person. It makes you a better worker. It makes your marriage better. In fact, if you don't have some kind of challenges, then you really the marriage, it needs that to get better. You need to recover from these things and learn from each other, and learn from what you're not good at and what you need to do better. And marriage it's a marathon, not a sprint. So I'm not saying here, just so people know, I'm not saying get married to a Filipina and all your troubles disappear, because that's not true. And I know I get more confidence every time we go through not a dry spell, but a spat, a period of friction, and we recover from that. I think it gives both of us the comfort to know that we can get through this. It also teaches you what you did or what was done to cause the problem, and how to smooth that over. And this is what I would like to talk about with my channel. It's not just, hey, go find a Filipina or someone from another country, but I want to be there to help through the the difficult times, because there will be difficult times. Hank Hillian says Eastern European women are very rational. Marriage is a transaction for them. Plus, that region is overfilled with Western men nowadays. We might be more difficult than it used to be out there. Um, well, you pegged me at 54. Hank, I appreciate that. Now, if I did not dye my hair, you probably peg me for a foreigner in the Philippines. I mean, he's got a few more lines in his face, but I've got some myself. Um, but thank you for that. That's makes my day. That's good. I appreciate that. But 58 is 58, and I read the other day. I told my wife something like when a man is 30, he passes on like one. No, he passes on. What was it? 55 genetic mutations. When he's 30, he passes on 55 genetic mutations to his wife at 30, and one additional mutation after that. So that would put me around 108 mutations. Now, I mean, who knows? This just bothers me. But it doesn't mean that we're not going to try to have a child. Andy Omar's live stream later on, asking Hank if he's going to join. I'm not familiar personally with this person's live stream. Rhino Wisdom, thank you for being here. This last live stream, maybe from the United States in 2019. Of course, Ukrainian women are attractive. What red-blooded male isn't attracted to long-legged blondes? They do not have the disposition and values of a Filipina. Filipinas are gorgeous as well. And I would like to think that, that there would be women out there that aren't so calculating as seems to be the thought. And, in a sense, maybe Filipinas are somewhat the same. They just don't come off that way. I mean, they do want somebody that will give them a better life financially. There's no question about that. That is just part of the situation, and you'll certainly see that after you've been married if you weren't convinced beforehand. It's very important. Hank says, I agree, Rhino Wisdom. You all should watch the documentary called Love Me, about a group of American men who take a tour in Ukraine. Now, I may have I have seen some of those, where you go and you sit at a table, and I don't remember if they sit in, let's say, 5 men, 5 women at the table, or it's 1 man and 8 women at the table. But you have a chance to meet different people, and they're right there. I mean, while you go, you're going to meet people, which kind of is a good deal. I'm sure it's very expensive, but at least, you probably have a chance to sort through 15, 20 women from the Ukraine, and they have these in the Philippines too. And for some guys, you don't have 6 months of vacation. These tours are not a bad idea. Thank you for the thumbs up. And I may have seen that before. I like looking at things like that. Now, did it turn out bad, Hank? I know I saw one where the guy fell in love with a woman and she didn't speak any English, and he still married her. They needed an interpreter. Now, that is beyond my comfort zone. My wife and I got married in 54 days, and that was fast, but she could speak English. I think it would really be, you never say, everybody's different. I just would not have done that myself. A twit in the Philippines says, it's interesting, Eastern European women do dress a lot better than Western women. Are you suggesting that Western women aren't concerned about what they wear, or they wear, they wear let's put it this way: we have a dress code at work, and it's supposed to be enforced, but it isn't. Um, and sometimes you see people wearing things to work, and we're supposed to have a dress code. We got like 650 people there, and my wife wants me to adhere to the dress code, but she also wants me to just look nice because people say, "Ah, that's Isa's husband." She wants people to think she knows how to dress me. This is another one of my 5 shirts that Isa bought me for Black Friday, and we'll be taking these to the Philippines because it's short sleeve and it's going to be hot out there. And although I guess it's supposed to be cold in Tokyo, we're going to try to do some things there too on our 12-hour layover on the way back. And but I think sometimes, Filipinas tend to dress very relaxed and natural and casual, but they look nice. Whereas I've seen women here in America dressing like they don't really care about their appearance. You don't probably want someone that looks like they're high maintenance, but um, as long as they look like they care about their appearance, I think that can be appealing. I'm going to do a video on how dress can affect your choice of someone, and I've got many, many, many videos. I just have to tape them, when we get back from the Philippines. Um, so yeah, let me know how you think Western women dress then. Um, New York Mets fan 2006. Glad to see you here this evening. What is your favorite Filipino meal? Chicken adobo. Filipino meal. Well, you're asking somebody that's grown up liking like 10 foods their whole life and doesn't feel the need to eat anything else. I mean, no, fruits and vegetables are not on that list. I did buy some last week, though. Thanks for the thumbs up. Appreciate that. I do need to eat better. Filipino meal. Oh boy, I hope Aiza's not listening to this. I think she's back to work now. I don't have a favorite. I mean, I like steak and hamburgers and spaghetti, Italian food. I don't know. Maybe some pancit. We have a place nearby where we can get some, I think it's Oriental Chinese food. Oriental Market, maybe not that place. That's not what it's called. Maybe it's Chinese food, but some of it's similar to what they have in the Philippines. And the pancit, I mean, it would be close to pancit, but they just don't put much meat in there. In the Philippines, there's a great inversion compared to here of noodles and rice and meat. I like the meat, but I hope to eat a lot of fish. But sorry, New York Mets fan, I'm not there yet. My wife has tried to feed me the 3 times we've been there, and I'm just so picky. I just struggle eating things I'm not used to. But we're going to be there for 3 weeks, and I think I could live on brown rice and fish. We're going to live close to fish port, so I'd love to have that every day, especially if it's fresh and it's cheaper. But those are one of the things I need to check out here on this expat trial run. When we leave here on the 26th of December, we'll be there on the 27th late to check into Manila, and then time to go to bed, and then try to do some things in the Asian or the Mall of Asia on the 28th, and then we'll be hitting Davao late at night on the 28th. So really the 29th will be the first day we really can see things, and we'll be in our house that I have not lived in yet, because when I made that video called Our Gift to Our Filipino Family, all we had done was we had the ground. Well, the house has been livable since January, and we'll be checking that out. They have socials like that in Cebu, yeah. Hit logistics covered one, yeah. I know they have those, and why not? I mean, And for some men, that's definitely an alternative to finding somebody online and going out there and looking for one person. This way they go out there, they don't really have anybody they know, but they can sure make a lot of notes and get a lot of information and exchange contact information, and that could save a lot of time, on these tours. You'd have to be somewhat sociable though, because you're going to be out there with these other guys surrounded by women, and some of them, if they're more sociable, they might make a better uh, appearance there. And so I might struggle in that environment. So I think I'd prefer just to do what I did and find somebody one-on-one. Just checking here. Um, Back to these comments. Hank says, I've seen those videos too, and Cebu, different vibe than the Ukrainian ones. Um, I'm not disagreeing with you, Hank. I'm just curious. What would the vibe be between one in Eastern Europe and in a dating social situation like that with the Philippines? Just curious. Yeah, Western women less concerned probably about their appearance, and yeah, you can tell. To be honest, a lot of the Ukrainian women I see dress kind of trashy or gaudy, rather, Hank Hillian, and that could depend on the area or the age, or I'm not really familiar with the culture, but it could just be the person. I can tell you that in looking for a Filipina, I think the clothes they wear um, is important. Um, I would prefer to see somebody that dresses sensibly, nice, that doesn't try to attract attention to themselves, because I think, you know, I don't know, it just would make me more comfortable thinking this person is, I don't know, not trying to attract people for the wrong reason. Um, in fact, the more modest that she dresses, the more her behavior is going to have to steal the show. Because if she dresses a certain way that highlights her body, what is it? Then then she doesn't have to reveal as much about her true personality. And a lot of guys get fooled like that. I'd rather just see her just wear normal, nice looking, decent clothes, and I'm looking for that personality, because the personality is not likely to wear out. The looks will, the clothes certainly will, but who they are underneath their skin, that's who you're going to be living with, and that's what you want to take the time to get to know. But clothes, that's an interesting subject, because you know I think you can get a message or send a message by what you're trying to wear, if you're a woman, and who you're trying to appeal to. Certainly, if they're showing cleavage, stuff like that, then I just think you'd be better off just moving on to the next person that doesn't look like they're trying to attract a Westerner with her body, because that would be easy to do. I just, I would just move on personally to someone else. The twin in the Philippines, how much of your wardrobe has Aiza replaced? Well, it's got to be close to 100%. Now, the difference is when I'm talking about work, I would say it is 100%. The jeans, and I got to have her buy bigger jeans, I'm afraid. Um, the jeans and the shirts and all of that, she has changed. Now, there are times on weekends when it's just, weekends are nice because it's the easiest overtime, because instead of like 650 people being there, cafeteria might be empty for the most part. And some days it's just you and a few coworkers, and I mean a few, and that's it, maybe one or two. And so you almost feel like you have the whole place to yourself and you can relax. You don't have to dress up. Then I might wear something on the weekend that Aiza doesn't care about. It's still going to look good, but it's something that I haven't got rid of yet. We just sacked up a whole Santa Claus bag of clothes that I'm not going to wear anymore because they don't fit. Maybe they shrunk, maybe I got bigger, but they don't fit. And I still have some more of my own clothes, but Isa doesn't seem to like my taste in shirts, and this is something I think it's important to. If she thinks, hon, I'd rather see you wear this, then by all means, if she thinks that looks good on me, then there's no reason not to wear it. But when I'm home and I'm like, I've been on vacation with surgery for 10 of the last 11 weeks, surgery and vacation. And, I just put on some like sweatpants and an old shirt and a coat, and that's it. I'm not at work, so she doesn't care. But at work, I'd say she's changed 100%. So that's all right. She has good taste, right? This is a nice shirt. The shirt last time was a nice shirt. There's only been maybe once or twice she bought me a shirt, and I thought, oh, I don't know, but I don't know. I think the likelihood of me rejecting something she bought for me is not as good as me buying something and then saying to myself, why did I buy that shirt? I wore it once and I hate it, but for the clothes that she buys me, I do like. And the important thing here is the Filipina who wants her husband to look nice. It's not trying to step on your individuality. She's just saying, I would like my husband to wear this because this looks nice. She might say, I'd like you to get rid of this facial hair. My hair was a lot longer when I married her. And I wish we didn't even have those pictures in our wedding. I wish we could superimpose how it looks now. But she's changed that because, I was getting a little careless. And, well, now I had a wife and, she said, well, she likes clean cut and all that. And so that's what we've done. I've been a hard sell, but I have kind of catered to her. But, it didn't come without some fighting. So how much? 100% of what we see in public, really. Go Bobo sister, 2 eggs, rice, breakfast, lunch, chicken, dinner, chicken. I think I could do that. 2 eggs and rice. Eggs and rice is something we ate a lot in the Philippines. Chicken, maybe I would swap out chicken for fish so that it'd be like eggs and rice for breakfast, rice and chicken for lunch, rice and fish for supper. Throw in some fruits and maybe I'll be set. But I am concerned about finding something I like to eat out there. That sounds pretty good. But for some reason, the white rice in the Philippines, every time I eat it, it's almost like I get an allergic reaction and I have to stop and she has to rub my back and my tear fluid comes out and it's like my throat swells up or something. And it's the white rice, I guess. So that I know that doesn't happen with brown rice. I made some brown rice a couple of weeks ago and ate it during the week, and I like brown rice. Tastes good, and I don't have a bad reaction to it. But thanks, Go Bobo sister. Thanks for being here tonight. That sounds good to me. Fish, chicken, scrambled eggs. We eat a lot of bread and peanut butter when we're there. We'll just have to see how we can expand on that. Parabiology 101, Russian Ukrainian women seem more high maintenance than Filipinas. And, well, you just have to see. They might be. I mean, a woman can look really, really nice, with what she wears. It's just the high maintenance part worries me because I don't want to be having her buy clothes all the time and thinking that's the most important thing. It's not. Aiza is very well color schemed. She likes clothes just like anyone else. In fact, I'm sure she likes being here in the Midwest. You get to wear a variety of clothes. There's summer, winter, spring, and fall outfits. So she gets to buy all kinds of clothes for the season, and not just that, but then you got winter coats and caps and spring, coats and caps. And I tend to wear not a coat at all until the last day I absolutely have to, and that may be just a hoodie. So I don't wear a whole lot of different things. It has to be about 20 maybe before I put on a coat. I just hope I don't get stranded. I just don't like bulkiness of a coat, I guess. Big E and Cebu, thank you for being here tonight. This may be the last live stream from the United States of America before we go to the Philippines, where I haven't been since July of 2018, when we broke ground for our house. And it's a beautiful house, 5-bedroom, 2-bath. We're going to be living in there. If you haven't seen it, there are plenty of videos, a handful, showing you the house, the whole progress from when I was last there, which was grass and trees. And I remember Aiza telling me, can you see our house here? I said, no, to be honest with you, no, I can't. I cannot imagine a house here. And now when I see the house, I can't not imagine a house there. But I want to do live streams from the house. If the weather's nice, maybe even out on underneath the carport or something. I hope that works out, because that's kind of shades of the future, I hope, where I can have the channel at retirement and be learning about what it's like to live in the Philippines. I'm kind of scared about all that, but that's why we're going. One of the reasons why here in 6 days is so I can really start to figure out if I can handle being there in the Philippines full time. I'm very uneasy about that, to be honest with you, as maybe Aiza would coming here. But it's different when you've been here for what would be about 62 years of your life, and then you go somewhere else. But I want to do that for her, because I know how happy she is there. Big E in Cebu. Let me clear this out of the way so I can read. How did you handle going back to work? I might have missed that update. Not sure what your work is, but I know you were off with surgery. Yeah, I had my knee replaced. And I knew something was wrong with my foot right after surgery. I could tell. And I have nerve damage. I went to a neurologist to prove it. And so I was supposed to go back to work on one day, and I postponed that another 3 weeks because I couldn't walk. And it wasn't my knee, it was my foot. Yesterday or this week, I couldn't walk because of my knee, although my foot still feels weird at night. So the neurologist said a couple of months to get better, but who knows? I hope he's right. I think something might have been strapped on too tight during the surgery, because there's nerve damage there. And I did go back for 4 days, and only because I knew it was going to be lighter due to inventory. I still walked around a lot, and I paid for it the following Saturday. But then after not going anywhere on Saturday, Sunday was great. And it hasn't been good since. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I've had trouble walking. And it just feels like it's not my leg from the knee down. And there's a lot of atrophy, no doubt. Maybe by the time we get back from the Philippines, I'm 100%. I don't like the way that looks. So I did try it, but then I'm on vacation after those 4 days. And then, we were supposed to go to the Philippines on the 17th, I think it was. That fell through. So we're leaving on the 26th, leaving 9 days later, staying 3 days longer, pushing right up against coming back to work. But we had to try to extend it somehow. um, to be able to go. So thanks for asking, Big E. Now we'll see how it goes in the Philippines. Aiza's already talking about arranging for me to get a wheelchair. That ought to be nice. I should do a video being carted around in a wheelchair. But those airports are pretty big. Of course, I have my pride, and I would rather limp around like one leg is 6 inches shorter than the other than be in a wheelchair. But part of getting older is swallowing your pride. So Eyes is okay getting me something to get around with. That's for sure. Michael and Heidi are here. Thanks for joining us, Michael and Heidi, tonight, 6 days before Christmas. No worries about living in the Philippines. I got plenty of them. Michael says if he could live there tomorrow, I would be on a flight tonight. What are my fears? Fears. Well, medically, that's the biggest one. I've had all kinds of surgeries. When I went to the neurologist, they told me what shape of my spine was, because that was originally part of it. And I asked them to kind of throw in the foot damage that I thought I had, which they verified. But yeah, bulging discs or here and bulging disc there. I kind of knew that. And it's not all that troublesome. But, it is that way. Now, I do have my neck neurosurgeon on hold until we retire. We're going to be checking this. So if he says, you better do this before you go, then while I'm still working, we'll have a neck procedure. There's so many bad discs, though, we can't really do a fusion. We'd be in a lot of trouble. And my back is bad, too. So ideally, I've had back surgery, 3 shoulder surgeries, 4 knee surgeries, carpal tunnel. Hopefully we can avoid anything with my back or neck, but I do have somebody looking at this because I do not, I can't come back and get anything done in the States until I'm 65 with Medicare. It's like $136 a month now, so maybe that'll cost $140 to take out of your check, Social Security, and you could come back to the United States and then get the same coverage anywhere else. Now, that's a good deal if you are 65 and you can have that money taken out and you can come back to the United States and maybe make a little vacation out of it. Aiza could see some people, I could see some people, and we could save money that way. But that's the big thing for me is the medical. The heat, I'm not crazy about, because I really complained about it the first time. When you just step outside the condo and 9 in the morning and go back in and you're already sweating or something, it's like, my, it's gonna take 3 showers a day. And maybe I can get used to it. Maybe I'll just go outside after 6 o'clock when it's dark. I appreciate the thumbs up. But the heat and medical, the food, I suppose, to a lesser extent. And to be honest with you, a big fear, Michael and Heidi, is what happens if something happens to Aiza. That really concerns me, because I don't think I would want to stay, but then I would be coming back to what? Especially if we sell everything. And I don't know. That's a decision. Still got to think about, as all expats do or want to be expats, what are they going to do with their house and their belongings? Are they going to have an exit plan, or are they just not going to have an exit plan? But I'm glad you're more confident, Michael, and maybe after this trip, I'll come back and say, you know what, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with this. I think I can do it. But that's really what I want to do. I want to see how that is. His biggest fear is going from the freezer to the oven. Well, we do have a stovetop, actually. The food is a concern. The heat is a concern. And now the earthquakes, the weather is a concern. They've had a ton of earthquakes there in October, I think November, December. Just had a 6.9. I think it was registered around, or located around 50 miles from Davao City, and my wife was there in October, and she felt that, and it really wasn't a thing to be concerned about until recently. So I wouldn't be surprised if I experienced an earthquake for the first time out there. Um, that is also a concern, really. Going there, that's a huge move, especially if you plan on dying there, um, which I guess I would be expecting to do. Uh, so yeah, there's some concerns. New York Mets fan 2006. Try to time getting up every few hours on the long flight from U.S. to Asia. Avoid leg cramps. Yeah, I do like. Thanks, New York Mets fan 2006. I do like to stand up. Well, my back hurts for one thing, and yeah, you can have some blood clotting issues on these long, long flights. The one from LA to Manila, which we can't get anymore for some reason, is 14 and a half hours. It's brutal. At least it can be. So now we trade Tokyo. It's like 12 and a half hours, maybe 13 hours going there and 12 hours coming back. It's always faster coming back. But then you got to stay there for 3 or 4 hours, and then a 4.5 or so hour flight to Manila. So it ends up taking more time. But you know, yeah. I'm just gonna have to learn. I did a great job the last time of not complaining about the long flights. I just watched something on the screen. Tried to write articles, and I got notepads here. I can write articles. If I think of stuff for the channel, what I want to do is go over these questions I have on my own videos to ask a Filipina before you marry her, when you meet her, when you're getting serious, and to gauge compatibility and so on. Because there's so many questions I have not asked Aiza. So while we're on that plane, we really should try to get to know each other better. That's something that I also want to do, because I do these videos and ask questions, and I haven't asked them myself, because I already got married. But there's still plenty of good questions there that I need to ask Aiza. But yeah, you're right. I'll be getting up just out of sheer restlessness, if nothing else, to stretch my legs. I'm surprised more people don't do that, but I always do. Wear dark clothes and put antiperspirant all over. Paul T, thanks Paul T for being here tonight on this live stream. Dark clothes, I can see that. People wear long sleeves out there. The people that are driving the scooters around. I wore like a beanie, and people at work are saying, "Why in the world in those pictures were you wearing stuff like that?" And well, it's so you don't burn to a crisp. Is one thing, and yeah, getting burned. I'm sure I'll get burned, but long sleeve. Actually, I said wear short sleeve. Well, yeah, but that may not be the smartest thing. We may have to buy some lightweight long sleeve shirts. And then, you always get burned down here, unless you're covered up completely. And, that's part of the thing. I don't want to be inside the whole time. So I got to learn to wear the right clothes and antiperspirant, drink lots of water. Absolutely. Got to drink lots of water, Paul. Cold weather to hot weather, Big E. Right now, I think it's about 30 or 40. It's not bad. And Aiza wants me to bring a coat or something because it's supposed to be cold in Tokyo in January. And I'm like, yeah, come on, just wear a shirt. We'll have public transportation. Won't be outside too much, maybe. I just want to travel as lightly as I can. And I like the cold weather. I'm a cold weather person. I mean, I loved the heat when I was younger, but anymore, when that wind starts blowing here in the Midwest, in Nebraska, that changes things in a hurry. So I don't think that will be a problem in the Philippines. I'd much rather probably it be 30 or 40. It would seem like heaven compared to the 85, 95 and high humidity out there. But maybe if I'm there and nowhere to go, I'm just going to adapt to it. I just don't know. It's just the sweating, constant need to drink water. That's part of it too. But I'm just being honest with you, and it's very far away um, from here. Bob, you say there is no nonstop from LAX to Manila anymore, not from Nebraska. Philippine Airlines flies nonstop from LAX and SFO. Is that? Oh, and probably San Francisco to Manila. I'm sure they do. The thing is, Michael, when we go to the travel agent, they've rerouted things. And so we can't get there from here. We have to go to, I think we're going to Denver with an unprecedented 4-hour layover. Usually it's like 45 minutes and you're just running, like O.J. Simpson used to do in the Hertz commercials. But we can't do that anymore. I mean, that's what we used to do. I think it was Denver to LA and then LA to Manila the first 2 or 3 times, and then they changed the routes. We just can't get them from here. So it's wherever we go, we're going to first, and I can't remember. But we have to go to somewhere to Tokyo and then Manila. So, and that may change again sometimes, but they have rerouted things. And man, there's so many planes in the air at one time. It's incredible, but they have a good system going. So that's for sure. Yeah, darker clothes, the sweater's harder to notice. Yeah, there's tips like that, Paul, that we have to follow when we're not used to it. I'm sure Aiza, she's going to start packing tomorrow, so we'll have to go over what we're going to wear. I will certainly suggest that. 20-something typhoons per year. We're in Davao region. We're pretty much safe from that. Even the ones that they've had lately have posed no threat to having typhoons. And depends where the earthquake starts from, I guess. But now earthquakes are an issue. Volcanoes, I've heard, might be popping up more, active tornadoes. J Bud 5000, good to see you here tonight, Friday night. I've been waiting for this live stream for 2 days, sitting here kind of not knowing what to do with myself. But I like doing this when we have people that want to talk. No Panay or any woman in my life for Christmas. The biggest consumer sucker holiday ever. Greedy women love this time of year. MGTOW, baby. Did I do that right? MGTOW all the way. Now, I'm not a MGTOW, but Jay Buds tried to educate me on proper understanding of MGTOW philosophy. And so that's what the topic was tonight, just to get something generated, was, is there a Filipina in your life this Christmas? Are you thinking about that? Would you like to have a Filipina in your life? Is next year, 2020, going to be the year you say, you know what? I'm not going to be alone anymore. I'm just going to venture out there and try to at least connect with a woman in the Philippines, and maybe I'll like it. Maybe it'll be better than I thought. I appreciate the thumbs up. So Eastern European, Dominican Republic, anywhere you can find a woman that willing to marry you and make you a good wife. Doesn't have to be Filipina. That's what my experience is, and I can't really advise on other nationalities, but I can kind of help prepare people for what it will be like married to a Filipina. And Jay Bud, maybe we'll be neighbors someday in the Philippines. I know you like Tagum. We're definitely want to go look at Tagum when we're there. And Aiza just got a clock as a gift for the bathroom, and it goes off at 7 o'clock. So just hold on a second, because it may just get louder if I don't turn it off. Okay, sorry about that. It goes off at 6, and I turned it off right before going on here, and then it goes off at 7. So something she'll have to straighten out before we leave. But I'm glad I have a Filipina, my wife now. We got married so quickly, I didn't really have a chance to enjoy the dating process. But I wasn't into it to enjoy the dating process. I got into it to get married, and we got married really quick. Now, here's going to run through the topics that you'll see in the next 8 days. That'll get us through the day we get there. I think 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. No, 21, 22, 23, 45. Yeah, it'll get us through the 28th of December, and then hopefully I can start taping from the Philippines. So what I will talk about, these I can release from automatically, would be why I am warming up to retiring in the Philippines. That's going to be the video coming up probably on Saturday, tomorrow. And notice warming up to retire in the Philippines. I don't know if you realize that once in a while I try to have a catchy title because I've been kind of cold to retiring there. Why I'm warming up to retiring in the Philippines. Another one would be reasons to live near your Filipinas family. Some say it's a recipe for disaster. Try to live so far away from your Filipinas family that they can't get you. Well, that's not fair to her. It's not going to be good for you. There's pros and cons, and that video will be about reasons to live near your Filipinas family. And we're going to be living with some of my Filipinas family. They may not be there all of the time, but we'll see how that will go, because I think that's how it will be. And if for some reason that's just intolerable, then we'll do something else. But we'll see. I think there's some advantages to having the family around. I certainly need to know people there. I certainly need to get around there. And I want to be a part of the family, and we'll see, we'll see how it goes. I'm just not used to having family around. So it's a big change. Just having people around, in the house, that's a change. Another video I'm going to have is 6 ways I plan to adjust to retirement in the Philippines. So this is going to be part of the expat trial run playlist. I'm just going to explore ideas about retirement. These next 8 videos will go out one a day, early in the morning, 6 o'clock Central Time, and kind of get my thoughts on retiring there from these different angles. 6 ways I plan to adjust to retirement. 12 concerns I have about retirement in the Philippines will be another video. Growing older as an expat in the Philippines, because I might get there in a certain condition. I might not leave there in a certain condition. So, again, what's it going to be like if the heat bothers me now? Well, if I happen to be 68 or 70, how am I going to handle the heat then? I mean, I just don't know. But I'm going to just open my heart here about possible retirement in the Philippines. Retirement in the Philippines. What's this title here? 6 things I'll miss about America. Okay, so I put some thought into that. Let's say I'm gone for the last time, and what am I thinking at this point in time that I'm going to be missing about America? And I'll have a video about what my Filipino wife has said she will miss about America. She's been here since January of 2016. So add another 4 years, and she'll have accumulated some friendships and memories. And, we can see what she would miss about it. And then living with my Filipino family under one roof. Those topics will get us to the Philippines, where I like to start taping out there. It's not every day that we can be in the Philippines. And so I want to put together some videos there, some live streams, come back with lots of stuff. Aircon. Well, yes. Now the thing about the aircon, we've got multiple coolers um, in multiple rooms, and of course fans in this house. It's a big house. Just check out the videos if you haven't seen about the house. It's I call it the house that Aiza built because she designed it on paper from here in the United States and passed on the instructions. And I think for the most part, she got what she was looking for. Um, it looks like a beautiful place to live. We've got a carport there now, as we might have a car when we retire. But as far as aircon, the best thing about that is we've been told don't get the air conditioning system if you're not going to be there every day and use it. In other words, if we're retiring for good, or we're going to stay there 6 months a year or something, then we could have air conditioning installed. Otherwise, we're not going to be there very much. We'll just use the coolers, the air coolers, and the fans. In fact, one of the videos that my wife goes through every room in the place, and the what do you call it, like refrigerators and stuff like that, appliances. One of them was a cooler unit, and we'll have multiple ones. So you'll see. The only two things I insisted in that house were I did want a 65-inch TV, more or less, I guess, just for her family, um, because it would be really cool. And so we did buy one, and that may not be in the recent videos because I don't think she had it until she left. So it might be a smaller one in there, but it's like a 65-inch TV, smart TV. You can get, Roku on there and YouTube and all kinds of stuff. And so that was kind of my gift to the family. And then I insisted on having a water cooler heater where you put the big 5-gallon jug in there and you just put it in this side and you got ice cold water, which I'll be doing plenty of, filling up water bottles. And then the other side, you get hot water. That's for tea or that's for coffee. So I thought, okay, well, for sure, I got to have that in the house, and we'll see what it's like. And I'm looking forward to this trip. I do want to see her family. The kids are scared to death of me. They were 1 and 2 the last time, but I don't have a beard this time. I think they know my name. So hopefully this time they won't be so afraid of Daddy Bob, because I want to, get used to her family and get them used to me, and so on. We'll see. But hopefully in a week or so, I'll be doing live streams from the house in the Philippines, on my wife's laptop, which I have back here, which I've been kind of practicing with, making sure that I've got everything on there I expect to have on there. And so that's what we'll be doing. Filipina in your life will certainly change it. So I'm glad I did. And now, you guys, don't hesitate to tell me, the advantages you found in looking for a Filipina. I know there's a Filipina in some of your lives. If you want to talk about that tonight, I found my Filipina. Now we got to continue to build our relationship until one of us isn't here anymore, and others have gotten into that process just a little bit. Others are further into it. I know Michael and Heidi. I can never remember, Michael, if you are engaged or you got married and you're just waiting to get your wife here. I'm going to guess you got married and you're waiting to bring your wife over here. Is that right? I wish I could remember all these things. But I know some of you have found Filipina, and I don't think it's that hard. I mean, you there are scammers, but I'd like to think most of them. Yeah, married last February. the most of the Filipinas, depending on, I mean, just use some common sense. Watch their language, watch their line of questions. Obviously, if they're concerned about money or asking questions that might imply something financial, um, and they want to marry. Believe it or not, if you're 26, 28 years old in Southeast Asia, your desirability isn't very good. Here in America, they don't marry until 27. Over there, it's almost too late. Even the local men may not find them very attractive at that age. Uh, General Santos, how many hours is that, a flight, or is that get a driver or a bus or something like that? Michael, I'd like to know. Um, I assume we're going to get a driver for Tagum, and I'm assuming that's going to be 3 or 4 hours. Now, I think we'll be going to Allegan, but that's going to be a flight, just like we did uh, the one time we went there. 3 hour bus ride. Well, that's not bad. I mean, it's not my first thing I'd like to do, but that's not bad. And I've told Aiza, I said, hon, you've got friends here. Obviously, she made those friends, and Filipinas mostly, but certainly not always. She has non-Filipina friends, and I want to have some. I want to make some friends too. Some friends from the United States. That would be nice, anyway. I would think, and maybe people don't think about that. Maybe expats go over there and they say, "Well, I'll just do my own thing or whatever." Um, I would like to know some expats while we're out there. That's for sure. I think that would just. I'd like to get to know the locals too. I'm certainly not against that. I figure most of the people I know are going to be Filipinos, in addition to her family. But I don't know. 3 weeks won't give me enough time to determine what I'm going to do. But as you'll see in the videos, I have put some thought into what I could be doing for significance while we're out there. I certainly would like to still have this YouTube channel, which drives me crazy quite a bit anymore. It seems like most people's YouTube channels, and I'm talking Philippines vlogging scene, are losing subs and views. That seems almost across the board, whether that's from some kind of update with YouTube, I don't know, and what it's looking for. But it's always discouraging. But I don't plan on quitting. I mean, once you get into something, I mean, it's like I think of YouTube as like opening a restaurant business or something. You kind of feel like, well, the first 3 or 4 years, you're not going to turn a profit. You're just going to work your butt off and work more than you want to at it to try to pave the way for a chance you can start seeing a profit and get people to come, to your business. So, the early years, that's when you need the elbow grease, and try what you can. Live streams, non-live streams. A lot of people don't do live streams, with 393 subscribers. I could do one every day if I knew people were there and would talk about something. That would be nice. I think in the future, the direction would be to try to hope that these live streams would be more driven by the viewer comments. That would be ideal. And then the uploads would be, different topics, which will be a wide range of topics focused on the relationship. I've got over 210 or 12 written that haven't even been made into videos yet. So got a lot of ideas. Don't want to run out necessarily, but by the time those are done and we get back from the Philippines, hopefully I would be monetized by then, because, I would like to be able to use this to help my wife's family when we're there, let's say 4 years. And I know it takes a lot of, subscribers and watch hours to make money out there. Excuse me. Um, but it does, money in the Philippines would go a lot further. So yeah, certainly want to have a YouTube channel while there. It would certainly change the direction, not the direction, but the focus of things, because I'll be older, we'll be there for good, be more things to show, maybe more things happening. And but it seems like a lot of channels are losing uh, views and subs right now. And I base that off of Social Blade, um, the website. You can go in there and kind of get statistics on people's channels. And well, I mean, it can be frustrating, but Mr. E has been a big help. I know J Bud has suggested some topics that I think have done well. And this at the top of the live chat there, the very first one, I think, is the WordPress site that has everything but my channel on there. Twitter with tweets from the videos, Facebook, the videos, articles, some Mr. E commentary, message board that we've been trying to get underway, where people can also have direct chats. Aiza's channel is on there, although she hasn't really done much with that lately. I hope she does. That would be nice. Give you a little bit different view of things here in our life here in America. So we'll wrap it up here very shortly. Thanks for the thumbs up. If anyone would like to talk about anything related to the Philippines, Filipinas, relationships, being single, ask me a question. That's what the live streams are for. But we are getting ready to go on vacation, leaving on the 26th, probably about 3:30 in the morning, going to the airport. And that's the 26th. Yeah, and it will be late on the 27th in the Philippines before we get there. We'll be in Manila at that time. I believe selection is the most important topic. Selection of Filipina. A lot of criteria goes into that. A person should be prepared. One thing there may not be prepared for is the large amount of women that he could potentially talk to and get to know. Meeting girls online isn't the issue. So then the issue, J Bud, would be what? There is a selection online and there is a selection in the Philippines. However, if you're not going to be there a whole lot like I wasn't, then I felt I needed to kind of hook up with somebody first and go out there, which is what I did, and married her on the first time out there. Jay Bud, it's beginning to understand what you're dealing with. Are you referring to cultural issues? Okay, and what you really want, what you need, and you need to be very open and explicit about what you want and what you need, and try to have very good, clear, open communication. And I mean, that's what I did. I mean, I know a lot of guys because I've seen profiles when I was curious about what guys were putting on their profile, and there wasn't much there in a lot of guys' profiles to distinguish them from anybody else. And so I would rather, cut to the chase and say, this is what I'm looking for. Jay Bud says a lot of guys just stumble through it. The getting to know you phase. Look, I've got 3 videos on questions to ask, lots of questions. You may ask these questions and find out by having her answer those questions something that, you're glad you found out, because, that might mean that that's not somebody that you would be compatible with just from asking these questions. And I would encourage you to look for that. I think it's probably in the playlist about communication. And then there's videos on questions to ask a Filipina at different stages. Paul T, you have to force yourself to be selective since scarcity will no longer be a problem. This is true. In fact, one of the things I've mentioned in relation to that, Paul, is you can have so many options that it becomes paralyzing, and then you don't know what to do. You go from not having options thinking, man, if I could just find one person here in the States that seems to take this dating site, and relationship seriously, to going to the Philippines and getting, 200 or 100, 200 chat requests every day or two, to wondering how many months or years it's going to take to even figure out who to get serious with. I mean, it's really different. And that may be with an age filter of like, 20 to 30. And the wider the age range, and more women are going to be contacting you. Jay Bud says it's more than just asking her questions. The guy needs to ask himself a lot of questions. That's part of it also. The videos are about questions to get to know the woman. He's going to have to ask himself, I guess, can he properly communicate what he wants and what he needs? How committed is he to this process? It's okay to kick the tires if that's where you're at, but if you say you're really committed, but then something seems to be holding you back, there may be some unanswered questions in the Westerner's mind that he hasn't addressed. Paul T, it's also important to second guess instincts to rescue the woman there, since they will freely ask or hint about helping them. They might, or they might not. I guess a hint would probably almost be the same red flag as an outright request for money, wouldn't you say, Paul? And I say that not because they don't need the money, because they do, and they're going to marry to try to put themselves in a better situation. But you want a Filipina with the character integrity to not, to not want to seem like, they're trying to scam the guy. She's going to want you to believe that she is able to take care of herself, and she'll accept your help at the right time, like when you're engaged or married. But until then, don't be surprised if she wants you to see that she can take care of herself. And she may not want to be necessarily rescued. She may want your help someday, but it's also important to her for you to know that she's been able to manage, and she doesn't want someone to rescue her, even though she would like to be in a better situation. Jay Bud says, I think too many guys are so thrilled they're getting attention, they lose focus on what they want the end game to be. That's a very salient comment, Jay Bud. You're not used to getting attention, and once you get the attention, boy, that's fun. You think about it all day. Come home from work, if you have a job, and just start taking notes and going through the profiles. You start dreaming about, could I really have a relationship with this woman? And boy, she's real pretty. Should I contact her, or maybe she's too young, or whatever? You start looking at which ones have children, which ones will be willing to relocate, which would be most of them. And the attention is good. It's always fun to flirt. with somebody. Just keep in mind they've been told by every man alive probably how attractive and beautiful they are. So um, might have to not overplay that, but yeah, it can get to their head, and maybe they can get fooled, they can get scammed. Uh, Flattery is something I'm going to do another video or do a video on one of these days. Flattery is not good, and if you're getting flattered, then that's a bad sign. I think it's a red flag, or at least a light red flag. Flattery. Um, I thought it was great. I had a list. In fact, just the other day, I think it's right here. I've been writing notes. Yeah, this one right here. I've been writing notes for upcoming video topics, and I went to the last page yesterday, and lo and behold, I see the names of my 5 finalists from 2015. They're written right here. So this little notepad was the one that I was writing notes on, and was it March of 2015 when I joined Christian Filipina, and the names of the finalists. I was thinking last night, what do they look like? What do I remember about them? Um, but Aiza's name was on there, and I thought I had discarded a long time ago all my notes, but yeah, that's still there. So I had my list, and it was great. It was great to talk to all of them, and I probably could have done it for a long time, but I wanted to get married, so I had to select someone. I had to deselect someone else, and it's not because, in my case, where there were red flags with these women. It's just that Aiza was the most um, the one that insisted that I not be talking to others, and we just focus on each other, because she didn't want somebody playing games, and none of them do, and they admitted to me they understood where she was coming from, because they kind of feel the same way. They just didn't come out and say it like she did. But yeah, you got plenty of attention. Paul T, maybe when Panay say I love you to guys so quickly, that's like a form of flattery or getting on your good side. Um, well, I mean, I suppose that might be their intention, but obviously the Westerner is going to ask himself, you know, either when she says she loves me, she doesn't quite understand how serious that is, or she's just saying it to affect his mind and kind of hook him. We all want to hear those magic words, and for some of us, when was the last time we heard those magic words? I love you. Somebody says I love you. Somebody younger, beautiful, um, somebody to fantasize about, and they say I love you. Well, that sounds great. Problem is, though, if you've never met, then I think it's really empty words. And much like I need money for this or for that, I think it's safe to say you can just move on to somebody else. If somebody's saying, first of all, I think the guy should say it first. And if they've not even met, then depending on how close they have gotten in their time of communication, it still seems to me like it'd be best for the man to say, I love you, um, rather than the woman. So I think better that she doesn't say that. Aiza and I tried not to say that until we were actually there in person. We would say things like, I heart you, or, use stickers, but we wouldn't come out and actually say the words um, until we met, and until I took the ring that I bought her and put it on her finger on April 26th of 2015. Okay, let's see where we are here. But yeah, flattery, not a good thing, really, because I mean you're trying to get something from someone. Uh, well, Jay Bud, Yeah. The the girls, I mean, contrary to popular belief, I mean, the girls, it's not that any foreigner, any Westerner can just go to the Philippines and all of a sudden women are, clutching at his ankles, because they're in love with him and so on and so forth. Um, it's not really that way. I don't think it's been that way for a while. Um, a Filipino, prefers somebody who's, looks like he's going to be around for a while, takes care of himself. Because, I mean, men are obviously more visual than women, but still, um, I think there is a point where, you know, she does have tastes and preferences, and some women just will not. Well, let's say a 25-year-old woman, she may not want a guy that's 55, no matter what he looks like, no matter how good he looks. She just may not want that. Um, but yeah, you don't have to be. I think the Filipinos are less discriminating, and maybe that has to do with their situation. Um, but the guys are not guaranteed to win the heart of a Filipina just because they come calling from the United States of America. Um, Filipinas know how often, well, they know the stereotypes of the guys, and um, there's nothing wrong with taking care of yourself. No, they do notice, and no, you have a better chance, if you look healthy with a younger woman. Um, Sometimes it doesn't work out. Just they just may not be attracted to them. Some would say they're attracted to your dollars. Some will say they're attracted to your white skin. Well, it's not always that simple. Big E says one way to avoid all that: show up here, Philippines, and meet people here without a dating site. Normal women who are working are easy to approach here. That's what I've heard, Big E. Much more easy to approach than they are here in the West. And if a person can get out there for an extended period of time, that certainly is one way to do it. Nothing wrong with that at all. Um, and if they're approachable, you can ask them to, I don't know, get some coffee, go out to eat, be in the mall or something like that. And if they really like the idea of marrying a Westerner and the guy looks presentable, um, she might go for that. And but then you may go out on a date one day with one Filipina and get approached by others. That's possible. Or you do the approaching, and you could set up another date with somebody else. It still comes down to knowing what it's going to take for you to pull the trigger and say, this is the one that I want for me. Um, you have to know what you're looking for, and you have to be aware that you could really get scammed. I mean, that is a real thing there. And then Jay Bud says most guys, Big E, got jobs and 2 week vacations, so I need to narrow it down. Yeah, in 2 weeks, I mean, I don't even tell you how many weeks I get, because then everybody will be mad at me. But I've been there 39 plus years, so I had plenty of vacation because I hadn't, and I used any yet, and I used up most of it when I was there. I was there for a month. Now, if a person only has 2 weeks, boy, they got to act fast. Um, and if they're meeting multiple women, they may come back with multiple women on their mind, and they have to go back again. And so the choice can be difficult when you have options, but it's good to have options. Just don't feel like you're missing out on the only Filipina you could possibly marry, that you might marry the wrong one. Just marry a right one. There could be many of them that could make you a good wife. Big E in Cebu says, yes, I know the vacation issue, but the upshot is the scam factor or the desperate to leave the Philippines factor is greatly lessened by meeting here without prearranging. I do get your point, though. Well, I mean, if the man is there, though, he may want her to leave anyway someday. But at least the sooner you can get out there and see her, the better. It's just some of us might find it easier to connect with somebody first online, and maybe other people, it's just their personality. They'd rather just not do that, and maybe they're more intimidated by that process and feel much more relaxed going to the Philippines and just asking, that nice looking woman out, asking that woman out. I don't know, to each his own. It's just that getting out there as soon as you can to see her will help you know if this is somebody you should invest more time in or not. J. Rodriguez advises, if you move to the Philippines and stay single at least a year and learn the ways of the place. If you're already going to move there, then, I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning about this new culture that you're going to be in, for sure. I mean, you can learn certain things online, but you'll learn more things by being there, talking to the locals, so that you don't rush it. And we got married awful fast, but that was my choice because I could marry her, and I'd never had that chance before. And we talked for 4 hours a day and more on the weekends, and I just felt like, why wouldn't I ask this person to marry me? I'm pretty sure I'll go out there and meet them. We'll plan on getting married, and I believe we'll stay married. And now our plans are even including the Philippines, where now I'm kind of uncomfortable with. It's my turn to be uncomfortable with where I might live, just like Aiza would have had her reservations here. We'll see. That's what we started talking about today, and what the videos will be like for the next week or so. Yeah, if you're going to be in the Philippines and can handle being by yourself, I don't think I could survive there without somebody getting me around and already knowing what to do. So I'll be there with my wife. So hopefully she'll be there with me as much as possible and make sure everything works out okay. Working guys need a different strategy. Yeah, if you're retired or own your own business and can kind of call your shots with that helps. Otherwise, you need to plan very carefully if you're going to be meeting one woman out there or multiple Filipinas while you're out there. Paul T, do you think it's a good idea to keep a relationship with Panay under the radar with friends and family for a while until you meet in person, especially if she is a lot younger? Well, Paul, you have hit on yet another Love Beyond the Sea topic that I was just working on the other day, more or less, and that has to do with preparing your family for your Filipina, your Panay. I mean, that's up to you. That's up to you. I mean, I guess it would depend on what he would be concerned about. If he's concerned about rampant gossip or criticism, I mean, Aiza met with my mom online. I'm pretty sure that was before we got married. So, and then afterwards too. So she was familiar with her. I think it happened so fast. She probably didn't even. It probably caught her off guard. I think that's up to you. I mean, I guess that's entirely up to you. I didn't. I mean, I was so excited about it. And if somebody thought I was crazy, whether it's somebody at work or family, that's fine. Um, I didn't mind that so much. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Um, I'm more concerned about how you would handle uh, if it did work out, and then introducing them to the family. I would do that as soon as possible after you met in person, and be prepared for some skepticism and some reluctance, and hopefully they'll just ask you the questions flat out, just to make sure you're thinking straight, and then you can explain to them that a lot of people looking overseas for a wife, and you've been meeting with this woman for so long, and this is what you've talked about, and this is what you like about her, and you even went out there and saw her and show pictures of you together and talk about your impressions. um, but if it doesn't work out, then I guess just depends on how private you want to be. If it doesn't bother you that they didn't know, I don't see that would be a problem. Um, as far as the age thing, you know, they're going to probably have some opinions on that too. And this is why you need to be confident um, in this situation, and not be too sensitive about it, because it is very unusual here, and people will wonder, if you're getting taken advantage of, and the usual, well, why would they do that, and so on and so forth. Um, that's up to you, Paul. I mean, that's a good question. Um, but part of my videos on having a younger wife is about not being ashamed about that, or even that you're looking for, I guess by extension, that you're looking for a younger wife. Don't be ashamed about that. You know, if your motives are good and you can actually get a younger wife, I think a lot of guys would want to. People aren't used to hearing somebody say that, and they may have things they wish they could tell you, but they won't. Others will just come right out and hit you with their opinions. But, you know, you're not marrying those people. If you decide to marry a younger Filipina, then that's a person you need to be concerned about, not so much the opinions of other people. Paul T says, Jay Butter, you're referring to the reactions and snide comments that will be inevitable back in the United States. And you'll get that. Your wife will get it, because somewhere from somebody, that she's married an older foreigner, and she must only be here for his money and his retirement. And, I don't think that has to be the case. Uh, like I said before, a lot of these younger women are not desirable anymore in the Philippines. And they want someone that would help them. They don't want to marry just some guy that has some money. They want to marry somebody that they can be proud to say is their husband, somebody that will treat them right. Parabiology 101, Paul T, that depends. I wanted to prepare my family for the idea first. I red pilled my mom and told her about Western women before I started looking online. So yeah, Parabiology 101, you've already prepared your family. Um, in my case, when I say family, we're talking about basically just my mother. So there's really only one opinion I had to be concerned about. Some people, if you watch like 90 Day Fiance, it's a lot more people than that. I want to tell them maybe that they're making a mistake. Jay Bud and your guy friends will get trashy about you scoring a younger babe. Well, and I don't want people thinking, oh, I just wanted a younger woman. I want them to know that this younger woman actually had some character about her, so that I'm not just some guy looking for a younger wife. Yeah, I wanted a younger wife back in 2015. It wasn't something that hit me when I was 35 or 40 or something like that. It just kind of came up before I met her. And, there's nothing wrong with that. Just be prepared to know what you're getting into with the particular dynamics of having a younger wife, and be aware how other people will have comments, uh, against what you're doing. And others may just be curious. Others may say, well, that's his business, not mine. But it is very unusual, and you can't feel that there's anything wrong with people being curious. It's just some people will make judgments about you, and you can't straighten out everybody with what they think. Um, Jay Bud says, I think so, Paul. For starters, any Western women will have a meltdown at the mention of romancing a younger foreign woman. The thing is, though, I'm not disagreeing with you, Jay Bud, but the women that I know, since I've married Aiza, um, don't seem to get the willies when we come in, to the office. My dentist is, I don't know, close to my age, maybe. She loves Aiza. She loves to see us come in, and the dental hygienist loves Aiza. They get along very well. Aiza's very sweet and polite and respectful. My financial advisor is a woman. Um, you know, People have said we make a nice couple. So I think when people, they have to see it almost for themselves. When they see you with a younger woman and you don't act like a creep, and she acts like a mature woman, and it looks like you're trying to have a relationship, I think people just say, oh well, that's good to see. I wonder why this guy couldn't find anybody here. But a lot of us can't, haven't been able to. Paul T, Parabiology 101, how did you bring up the younger women topic then? Yeah, that's interesting. If you care to share that. Okay. I started talking to my mom about dating her and kids, and how the divorce, or dating here and kids, and how the divorce rate is so terrible here, and divorce courts stacked against men. Then talked about traditional family roles. Um, so you're kind of just showing her that, you've tried it here in the West. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. So since you still want to get married, you've heard that Filipinas may offer you something that you can't find in the West. And so you're kind of just preparing her that there's a method to my madness. I'm not just out here looking for a Filipina because they're young and pretty. This wasn't my first choice. But because of the situation the way it is, and wanting to have children, and wanting to find maybe an old-fashioned traditional type wife, non-feministic wife, then I've decided I'm going to go look in another country, and the Philippines is a good one to start looking in. So what can they say? I mean, you're telling them, kind of giving them the background of why you can't seem to find somebody here. Paul T, it sounds like being selective online and then meeting one or a limited number in person before announcing it to a lot of friends and family might work best. Yeah, if you can get away without telling anybody why you're there, because once you say, oh, I'm going to look for a woman in another country, well, then it'll spread like wildfire. So you'd have to be able to keep that a secret before you go. And Paul, yeah, how did you bring up the younger women topic then? Jay Bud, I think Paul is talking about announcing his intentions prior to going and meeting the girl. Good or bad idea? Paul T says, Jay Bud, yes, for example, they might ask, why am I heading to the Philippines all alone? And they might, unless you just duck out and nobody knows where you are, which might be kind of hard to do. Yeah, you announced it first to soften the blow. Nothing wrong with that. And I'm sure they were very curious to know how it's all been going. parabiology. And Paul T, parabiology, in my case, I would lean towards saying I met someone online, had a lot of details, and then maybe giving all the details after a successful meeting in person. Nothing wrong with that. Um, Nothing wrong with that. You're still going to have to, you're still going to have to explain, I suppose, why you went that far and why you liked her and why you couldn't find somebody in your own country and why you don't think you're getting scammed and why you think it'll work and why 10 or 15 years down the road you still think it can work. You'll get these concerns, and sometimes I think the person asking you is legitimately concerned and they're asking good questions. Other people are just maybe talking because it's so unusual. Yeah, not a bad idea. Depends on your family. Parabiology, I'm not ashamed. I'm happy about it, so I don't mind news spreading and want to get ahead of the narrative. Yeah, and if you don't come across as being ashamed that I'm looking for some girl that's 20 years younger or a woman that's 20 years younger, and I mean it's I never felt any shame or any uncomfortableness pursuing Aiza. I had my reasons for it. It's all in the videos. Many of you guys have your own reasons for that, and some of it's self-evident. This is very common, and for men to do if they can find a younger foreign woman. I would just be very matter of fact, not defensive, not argumentative. Just this is why I was looking for her. Just be open, be honest about it. Paul T, I think a younger woman makes more sense in my case because I'm only 48, look closer to 40, never married, no kids. Well, Paul T, the type of what you described there would just create mass hysteria among Filipinas. I know when you're single, never been married, no kids. I think often that's what a Filipina is looking for above all else. I mean, there's no children involved. There's no time commitment or monetary commitment. There's no potential baggage. I mean, a Filipina thinks this is a really good situation, and it doesn't present itself very often, Paul. But you would have a lot of options. I mean, you would be very, very desirable. 48, never married, no kids. Jay Bud says a lot depends on the guy's family. If half of them are in the clan, then you might want to keep it on the down low. That's fine. Otherwise, though, you're eventually going to have to talk about it. And if you get married, you'll be together, and everybody will want to know how you're getting along. Excuse me. Yes. Well, I'm doing a YouTube live right now. Is there something you need? Okay. Well, we'll do it soon, okay? Because I still got to cook, I think. I'll be up soon. Okay? All right. My mother lives with us, and she's upstairs and didn't know I was down here. I usually try to tell her I'm talking to somebody, so it's not like I'm asking her questions. Jay Bud, some families are cool and some are dysfunctional train wrecks. Yeah, parabiology, very similar. 47, look young, no kids, but have been divorced. And so two guys here, and younger guys, I think 40s, mid 40s or older 40s. It's wow. Part of me would love to have a decade back. Paul T says, Jay, but I'm pretty confident I would get a lot of flack, which would only be worth it for the right woman. Yeah, some people aren't content with living their own lives. They want to, you know, put their noses in other people's business. But it is unusual. Now, all I can advise is just treat it like a marriage. Don't treat her like this is my younger wife or this is my Filipina wife. Just treat her as your wife when you're out in public. It's just your wife. Don't focus on the age difference. Don't talk to her any differently, or don't talk about her any differently than you would. And eventually, people are just going to have to realize that you are doing your best to have a normal relationship. You had the guts to go look for what you wanted, a younger woman in the Philippines. You had the guts maybe to bring her here to where you are. We're here in America. And eventually they're just going to have to say, well, got to give him credit. He seems to know what he's doing, and he seems to want it to work. And all they can do is tip their hat, after a while. Paul says, I'm pretty confident I'll get lots of flack, which would only be worth it for the right woman. Yeah. Well, again, just try not to be argumentative with them, and just try to be confident and assured of yourself. And, well, I know why I'm doing this, and here's why. And I think she's making a good wife, and we could get married, and this is why I'm interested in her. And you have to do what you have to do. Parabiology says, I am getting a ton of flack from my westernized corporate VP sister, which is why I wanted to bring it up to my mom and get her on my side before my sister found out. Well, and those dynamics, I mean, really, you wouldn't want to shock everybody at a Christmas party by saying, oh, here's my younger wife, not younger wife, here's my wife, we just got married, and then, people are absolutely blown away by it. So at some point, you have to brace it to them that, you know what, you're my family. I think you should know this. As you know, I do want to get married again, but I'm going to do it differently this time. And I've done my due diligence. I'm going to continue to do that. I've identified a woman here in another country that I've been talking to, and this is kind of how it's gone. And I know it's uncommon, but that's just because it's uncommon here. It's not uncommon there. And I think I'm gonna go for this, and just say how it's been going. But yeah, sooner or later, the family has to be in the know. So this is a good topic here for tonight. And like I said, a video I've already written, along with about 200 others that we just have to do videos for. And while I was home for vacation and surgery for like 10 of the last 11 weeks, I've really haven't had much mobility, so I have tried to write and prepare here for what hopefully will really help turn this channel around, because I really think it has potential to do better. At least I think it does. Paul T, if the flack is too excessive, I might consider retiring early to the Philippines or something. But I hate to just run from the USA family and all I know. And that's a good point, good comment. How your family is going to your family cares about you, for one thing, because they've known you all your life. They may be utterly shocked that you've been communicating with a younger woman and be worried about, could be a lot of things, mainly you getting, fleeced or scammed, that the woman's love will not be reciprocated, that you will care for her, and she will just treat you as an ATM machine or something like that. But Filipinas do make older men good wives. I mean, it's if this was never something that happened, this whole discussion would be a moot point. Paul T says, I think I'd have to insist on family acceptance up front. Well, you raise another point, Paul, about family acceptance, and I wrote an article on this. I just don't know if I want to put it out there yet because I think it could make a lot of people upset. Um, because you know my position, and it's what I tell my wife is, wife before other family, husband before other family. Um, and if somebody is not going to accept or embrace this woman that I have already married, then they're more or less expendable. Um, Now, if that comes across the wrong way, let me know. But I don't. I think somebody has to be the most important. You can't you can't say I'm going to invest my life in this woman only to have family get in the way and mess things up. So I think they do have to. You may have to come to a point sometimes to say, look, they come first. Okay, their opinion comes first. Their needs comes first, and if you can't accept that, then you just can't accept me. And whatever you have to do, hopefully they will understand that you're really serious, and maybe then they'll back off if they're giving you excessive flack or criticism. That and that could happen. And I do like your phrase here, insist on family acceptance, because I mean they have to. You know, this is would they give you so much flack if you married, the girl next door or somebody else, somebody at work they introduced you to, or um, different dynamic, different country, different age, and all that. But so what? There's no law that says they have to be the same. And if they're a family, they may just have to have a wait and see approach and see how it goes. But I do think it's fair to insist that they accept her. Uh, Vice president in the corporate banking world. She's beautiful, but has been brainwashed by feminism. Yeah, a lot have. Paul T says, of course, Benai's, especially the good ones, very sweet and lovable and should be easy to accept, I hope. Well, except if a family member has a bias or a stereotype against them, and they're going to tell people they know what their son is doing, and then they may say, oh, that's terrible, this woman is using him, and then she starts thinking, well, maybe that person is right, and maybe you're making a big mistake, and it can cause a lot of division in the family. So at some point, you know you may have to just tell the family, look, you need to accept her or else. um, i think I think that's okay. Not everybody agree with that, but you know to me, she comes first. So J Bud says, especially if the new wife is close in age to her daughters. Well, you know, again, people can say this is different. What are people going to say? What am I going to say to my friends? And when they talk to me about you and what you've done, and just have to remind them, this isn't about you. This is about me needing a wife, and this is the person I married. This is the person I'm investing myself in, and you need to accept that. I'll answer your questions. I want to be a good husband, but this is the person I marry, and I want you to give her the utmost respect. World War III. Well, it's something to think about. It's a question to ask yourself, like Jay Bud asked earlier. Now we're thinking way down the road here, but you do have to ask yourself, how am I going to, handle the criticism? especially if it comes from close, like the family. Um, can I handle that without blowing up, without seeming defensive, without seeming oversensitive, which only makes it look like you're a little bit guilty? Um, you don't want that. Um, but, it's up to you. I think the advice given here tonight has been good. Um, brace them for it. Let them know why you're doing it. Just it's entirely up to you. Or if you want to just go out there and meet her first before you say anything. And thanks for the thumbs up. It's entirely up to what you're comfortable with. The bottom line is that eventually, if you marry a Filipina, if you have family still alive, um, that she's going to be in the family. And if she's one of those good Filipinas, sweet, caring, polite, they're going to like her. They're just going to, if the family is open minded, I think they'll look at her as a family member. My mother calls my wife, she calls us the kids. It's like we're her children, we're her family. Um, and that's just means we're we're a family, and that's what you want to see. So you guys, lots to think about that you don't have to think about with a Westerner when you're deciding to marry a Filipina. But you don't want to have any regrets. You don't want to think, I could do this like these other guys are doing and marrying women from other countries, but I don't know if I could handle what other people think or what my family thinks. Um, that's an issue potentially. You shouldn't not care. You shouldn't not care what your family thinks. But my point is, you should be so confident about what you're doing that you can, in a calm manner, explain to them why you're going to the Philippines or somewhere else. What's the background and what you like about this woman. It's obvious she's younger and she's attractive, but that doesn't mean you're a pervert or something. Things are different. There are parts of the world where a man can find a younger wife and it's perfectly okay with the woman. And I mean, I'd like to think that the family be open minded enough to realize that this is really true. Um, so, gentlemen, we've had some nice things to talk about tonight that we don't always. And I mean, I'm open for anything, but this idea of the family and introducing her to her and what you're doing, and I mean, this is a really good topic. Jay Bud says, I know you can't relate, but most older guys haven't been in a 30-year dry spell. Yeah, but or divorced. And that's just where I came from. Um, um, there are guys that have been married multiple times and still married a Filipina. They got to the point after a couple times that it's just not going to happen here. So they've also been on their second or third marriage, and this time, married somebody like a Filipina woman from the Philippines. Um, everybody goes into it. You have to deal with your past. I didn't have so much past to deal with when I married Aiza, and I can't relate to other people that anymore that are coming out of divorce, and they can relate to what it's like for me to be alone for that many years. When you ask around a little bit, and oh, that's not working, so you focus on something else. Then you start asking around again. Well, that's not working. I better find something else to do. And then so many years go by, and you've been, you're still alone. Getting their children on board can be a big challenge. Yeah, it can be. It reminds me of a Dr. Phil video I saw where the man was in his 50s and she was, I don't know, 18, 19. And of course, his daughter was there, very tight lipped during the whole show. you could tell she didn't agree with him, and you could tell he was smitten by this young woman, which is extremely easy to do. And it doesn't hurt to think about how you would inform your family about this. The children, this is, and some guys might just say, look, I would do it, but it's just not worth it with the family dynamics and my children. It just would cause more trouble than good. And if that's true, that's a big thing to know ahead of time, and just be decisive. This is not going to work. I just, I'm not going to do it, even though it could. Or you decide, no, I need to do this. I'm going to do this. But I also have this matter of convincing my children how I would go about doing that. And that's something you would want to think about if you really got serious about her. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't marry her because you don't know what to say at the time, but you would certainly need to be able to, well, first of all, I guess if I was in that situation, I wouldn't assume I know what the child is going to say. I would just ask her, okay, this is the person I'm going to marry, or I did marry. I need you to know what you think about it. Anything at all, you start, you tell me what's on your mind. Um, that way you can get to understand the children's thoughts, and, but, it's not, the Filipina is not their mother or replacing their mother. It's more of that's this her father's wife now, but she's not going to replace her real mother. JBud 5000, we need to touch on guys marrying girls with kids and the strategy of bringing her kids to the United States. Um, Panais with children. It's just a matter of they also have to have a separate visa for each child. And I'm sure that means each child needs to go to the embassy and go through the same process. So it's more expensive. Um, Sometimes the Filipino will come here first and then kind of get used to things for whatever reason, and then go back and petition the children later. I'm not sure what the rationale is for that. I would think it'd be better just to go and do it all at once, but there may be reasons for that. Oh, cold coffee. Um, Paul T says, a tough issue, maybe better to move, retire there instead, unless you also have kids. As I started out talking about today, moving there, you can say, well, that's great. I think I'm going to go there. And lower standard of living, which is a plus. Then you start thinking, I better be real serious about that, because if I'm really going to do it, that means this, and that means know that, and that means putting up with this, and things are going to be different, and no longer, can I have access to something else, and then the weather and the medical and how far you may be from a hospital. Those are all things to think about. Living there, I would think, would always be simpler. If the guy is not intimidated with the thought of living overseas, then he could do it sooner than later, maybe. But a lot of guys who are in their 30s and 40s and 50s aren't quite ready to make that move. They can't even get uh, Social Security, early Social Security, until 62, unless they can get by on savings before that, which is harder to do. Jay Bud says, I've been shocked how many small children from the province don't speak a word of English. Well, I can see that, you got to think about the children. If you're going to bring young children over too, They're going to be in a school system here. Um, Depending on how old they are, I mean, you'd like their English to be up to par. Um, but if a guy can go to the Philippines and live there, I think that's a good thing. That's what we're going to try to do. There are just some things I'm a little bit leery about, but that's to be expected. Not J. Bud says not all schools are set up to teach English for kids that speak any other language than Spanish. So maybe the Filipinas English is good, and the children's is not. Um, I do know one guy that was going to bring over both of. He was, I thought, engaged to a woman from the Philippines, and she had a couple kids, and he was more than happy to bring her over. I think he was 70. I didn't realize he was 70. Looked younger in his pictures. Um, Now, I don't think that eventually came to pass, but some guys are more than happy to bring them over. Kind of depends how comfortable you are uh, with having her children here. Um, I'm just trying to get around the idea of potentially being a father someday, and I know Filipinas want that. And for those of you tonight that have said that you don't have children, um, that does kind of give you some rock star status, because the Filipinos that don't have children really want to have children. They want to have children very bad. And if you have a chance to give that to them, uh, you look mighty good in their eyes. That's for sure. Um, so just to recap again, the WordPress site that Mr. E made is up there at the top of the live chat. Also, there's a way to sign up for a newsletter where I can tell you when I'm going to do a live stream, what it's going to be about, and what the latest video was. I put up a classic video, some inside statistics, which right now seems like a lot of people's channels are down right now. Um, we'll just keep making videos. We'll have this retirement series coming out starting tomorrow. And then we'll be in the Philippines when that comes to a conclusion. And hopefully, I've never uploaded from the Philippines. People say it takes forever. Well, I guess I'll find out what that's going to be like. And 3 weeks in the Philippines, I hope to bring that to here to you, more so than in the past. And since a year and a half ago, last time I was there, we weren't really, channel was either just beginning or I had canceled it at that time, and then trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. So everybody, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, because that is coming up within a week, and I hope you all bought me something. And um, you don't have to buy me anything. I feel grateful just to have you contributions here tonight on Love Beyond the Sea. And if anybody here sees this, is not a subscriber, please subscribe. Damien Dolomite is here tonight. Happy Christmas, guys. Boy, just sneaking in here at the 2 hour and 18 mark. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Damien, and Merry Christmas to everyone here. Damien, before I let you go, since I'm not in a particular hurry, is there anything you would like to say tonight or ask me tonight? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's in advance, and thank you for participating, Paul. I really appreciate that. Wow, we've been talking about a variety of topics tonight, Damien. Rhino Wisdom is here. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to everyone, and a Happy New Year. And whatever good changes we need to make in the new year, hopefully we will be able to commit ourselves to that. And yeah, Damien, I started at 6 o'clock. It's 8:21 now. Philippines, that's 10:21 in the morning, and that's kind of when I usually start at 6 or 7. Kind of depends on the day. But just been talking about a lot of lately of how to approach your family with the Filipina that you're interested in, and because they may be skeptical or against it. Do you tell them right away? Um, it's a good thing to think about because your family is going to be very interested if you're marrying somebody from another country, especially if you're an older guy and she's a younger Filipina. Damien, do you guys watch 90 Day Fiance? I have watched on YouTube. They'll have short segments of it. So I've never watched it on TV, but I've caught it on YouTube where you get different uh, shorter versions, I guess. I think it's a fascinating show. Damien, I've always liked that. Um, I'm going to drive. Jay Bud, are you talking to me about or someone else? Um, I don't think I'm going to drive this time. In the Philippines, I may drive. Aiza's driven there. I should be able to, right? Paul T, the guy with the Brazilian model, is interesting. Well, who is this guy with the Brazilian model? Oh, you're talking about 90 Day Fiance. Yeah, I haven't watched it lately, but I find it I find it fascinating. And by the way, there is not a whole lot of reality to that show. I know that people who have been on the show have come on later and say it was scripted. They had to say this. They were told to do that. It's not a reality show. Um, don't want to disappoint anybody too much, but it is kind of scripted along the lines of all-star wrestling in a sense. Someone is the Brazilian model, most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Me driving in the Philippines? Wonder if I could fake that somehow. Well, we'd have to rent a car. Well, we could because Aiza rented a car. The car you saw Aiza driving in her video on her channel, or I think it's on my channel actually, but then she does have another one on hers. That was she rented an SUV, so I'm open to it, but we still have to decide here real quick if we're going to rent a car or she. I'm okay with just paying a driver. They have to go everywhere you go, and you should buy them food and all that, and that's okay. Um, but yeah, I can get out on some of those highways. The only difference is it's a little bit darker sometimes out there, and the roads are narrower, but some of the streets are quite good. Damien says she seems to like him, but he had better stay good looking or stay looking good and keep a lot of money flowing because she is stunning. Yeah. Uh, well, I mean, there's a lot of stunning women. There's just no end to attractive women. You can pick any nationality, and there's no end. It's like snowflakes. I mean, just when you think you've you know with some women, just when you think you've seen the most beautiful, breathtaking woman in the world, you see another one and another one and another one. Um, Thing to remember is they don't quite stay that way, and if they're not beautiful on the inside, they're probably going to deteriorate over time. That's probably not going to get better. The physical appearance is going to go. What they've got in the inside is going to last, and character does matter. Where the rubber meets the road. You do want to find somebody that you think has some character. I know when you're younger, you don't think about that, but when you're older, if you're thinking about marriage and not having a really unnecessarily difficult life, um, you want to marry somebody that's not high maintenance, somebody that looks like they have some character. But yeah, these shows are fascinating, especially when you're like me and you've actually gotten a spousal visa for someone. You're always thinking, well, what does their family think of this? How do they get along? But it is scripted. You don't really know how they get along. Paul T, I know they ask the people in reality shows to do things again or better if they don't catch it well the first time on film. Damien says, Paul, they also make people say stuff to create drama. Yeah, they admit it later. That's kind of a turnoff then if you're really looking to see how it goes. My confidence level if I drive there, Jay Bud, well, I would feel good in the sense that if I'm going to retire there, I would feel more useful. If we had a car, I think we're going to have a car when we retire because Aiza is still going to be, maybe mid 30s. We've talked about this before. She wants to have a car. The reason we built a carport, nice carport, you'll see that now because it wasn't there before. Um, I would have to pick my spots though. I'm not necessarily going to drive everywhere, but if I've driven here since I was 18 years old or something, I mean, I would think I would still be able to drive. If it's really dark, no thanks, because I don't drive well in the dark. But if we do, just to impress everybody here, I'll try to drive if we decide to rent a car. It might just be in and out of the driveway, but no, that won't be very impressive. I'd have to actually go out into some traffic, just like Aiza did. Definitely, she was for real. Um, am I going to Cebu area? No. We'll be in Davao, and she's from Tagum, so I want to go out there, and I hope to meet a subscriber out there, as well as a subscriber in Davao. I almost said here in Davao, but it's not quite home yet. And I think we're going to have to make another trip to a different city to see a family member. So we might make 10 flights apiece. Is that right? Yeah, 5 flights yeah, 4 flights to get there. Hold it here. A regular trip is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 back is 8. And if we go to this place and come back, that'll be 10 flights. So man, it'll be a lot of time spent in airports. Thankfully, we've been on time, I think, for all the trips except for one time. It was way off. So no, I don't think so. We'd have to fly there, and maybe one day. I've never been there. My wife has. Men do not stay that way either, though. Yeah, we all change, but essentially, our character can actually get better. That's the part that you don't see as easily as the clothes that a woman wears, or her physical beauty. This Brazilian woman, I'm sure she's beautiful. I mean, there's so many attractive women out there. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean she make a good spouse. And yeah, I like shorter women too. I think it's when I see my wife, I'm thinking, well, especially when I hug her, you know, and she's so short. I think, man, a lucky guy. I like that. That's just something that's always appealed to me. Paul T says another thing to keep in mind with poor girls like many Panayas is that their hard life, bad diet, lack of dental hygiene, and other things can age them faster. And that's true. I mean, the life expectancy is about 10 years less, I think, for the man and the woman in the Philippines compared to the United States. They sure seem to retain their looks. Um, the Jollibee, I'm concerned about Jollibee. Um, you know, I think the advent of Jollibee is already affecting Filipinos and in their health and their weight as well. Almost would have to. Jollibee is everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of people there, but there's Jollibee not literally in every corner, but it sure seems like it. Damien says, Paul, but Mongolian ancestry makes better skin. Could be. Parabiology 101, I prefer the sweet and down-to-earth attitude the Filipinos have compared to the generally more haughty Brazilian girls, just as beautiful but much lower maintenance. Um, yeah, I know what you mean. Parabiology. You get a nice, sweet girl from the or woman from the province, and that's my wife says that's the best place to look if you're looking for a wife in the Philippines is a provincial area, and she's from there, so she wouldn't say that excludes everybody from a city, but if you would ask her where's my best place, one or the other, she would say a province of the Philippines. Yeah, that Western attitude, it's a scary thing. It really is. The Filipinas seem to be more into just being women and being wives or girlfriends or whatever, but they don't seem to be at odds with their their husbands, with his masculinity or the role of a man. Um, they just seem to not question that sort of thing. And Damien says with Brazilian girls, they will still rarely will go with an old man, whereas in Philippines they will. Yes, they will. And when we were in the airport in Manila last time, that's when I really noticed older men with Filipinas was in Manila. Didn't see that so much in Davao. Damien says Philippines is actually a more brutally awful place to live, though. The villages and slums, yeah, it can be. Um, I mean, I doubt that a Westerner, though, is going to build his house if they're going to live there right in the middle there, or they'll stay in some kind of a subdivision that's in a nicer part of town. But yeah, there's some stunningly uh, heartfelt places that you can see there when you go there for the first time, and it's an eye opener. Studies show, Damien, that men prefer below average height women, which is weird. Now, why, Damien, is that weird? Why do you say that is weird? Being a person that likes short women myself, I would say that makes perfect sense. I know, I mean, there's this tall women, um, you know, there's some volleyball players that are 5'10", 6 feet tall, but I mean, I've always just been attracted to smaller. I don't know why. It's one of those things you don't really think about, and you don't have to think about. Um, but what age? I mean, models. The if I remember the perfect height, I guess, for a model is supposed to be like 5'7", and that's to me that's kind of tall. I mean, I'm 6'2", but 5'7" seems kind of tall. I mean, but then again, I'm kind of biased. I've always liked 5'2" or less. Just me. Paul T says, Damien, women prefer above average height men. Oh yeah, what's the average height of a man here in the U.S.? About 5'10", 5'10" maybe, 5'9", 5'10". They might. However, I think in the Philippines, I don't. Again, this is one of the many things that levels the playing field in the Philippines. I don't think they're so, into must have, a tall guy. Is checking here because my wife is off, or is probably on break now. Um, Parabiology, Damien Dolomite, you have a couple of good points there. You can tell the wealthier Filipinos in the Philippines because they're overweight. Rhino was that, well, or they spend too much time at Jollibee. But we've got our Jollibees here in the form of McDonald's and Burger King. Trying to keep up here, you guys. Well, I'm talking about weight. When I mean, a Filipina, I think once her husband doesn't want her husband to look stick thin because that makes her family think that she's a poor cook and she's starving her husband. So if her husband has a little meat on his bones, then they know that she's taking good care of him and she's feeding him well. At least that's the idea. Paul T says, by the way, most women strongly prefer the man to be at least as tall as them, even if he is actually still quite short. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. And a lot of men, it seems like women would say the taller the man, the shorter the women they like. I always say Will Smith and his wife are the same height as Aiza and myself. He's 6'2" and his wife is 4'11". If you've ever wondered, though, that's my height and my wife's height. We won't get into the weights, however. Yeah, imagine women like as tall as possible. Well, that depends. I remember I had my wife have a picture with basketball player Kobe Paris from Creighton University. Kobe's 6'7". His dad was a professional basketball player, and Kobe's a kind of a star in the Philippines. Anyway, he's not here anymore. I think he's back in the Philippines now, going to play professionally over there, but was able to have a picture taken between the two of them. And yeah, there's quite a difference there. And another relative of a person at work, a lady at work, had a relative nephew playing for the Huskers, and had a picture taken with Aiza, and he was like 6'7" also. And then Damien says it's weird because one would want one's kids to have advantage of height, so one would want a tall woman. Well, I don't know what all goes into that. I just know without thinking about it, I like a shorter woman. Small feet, short, long hair. Huh, Filipina, it sounds like. Paul T says, Damien, the explanation I heard is that women don't want to feel like a hulking giant towering over the man and want to feel protected. Well, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Why, especially when these smaller women tend to want bigger guys, there probably is something like that. The scientists deduced the key factor is the difference. Sexes like the other person to be different. I will need to tell my wife I love her because, whoops, there we go. It's break time, There's so many things unconsciously going on when we like someone. Yeah. I mean, I guess some of that comes back to the chemistry video I did. If you just hit it off, you just have chemistry. And is that enough to sustain a relationship? Can it be developed later even? I did a video on chemistry to see, you guys can look at that and see what you think about chemistry between a foreigner and a Filipina. You would think they wouldn't have any chemistry because they're so different, but that doesn't have to be that way. And Damien says men like women in heels because it makes a woman walk more precarious and heightens his protective instinct. I just think it looks good. Maybe I'm being too simplistic about it. But I know people can say, well, this is what's really going on. For example, let's say a man likes a younger woman because she's more fertile and able to give him children. And I've always thought man likes a younger woman because she's pretty. I would think it has nothing whatsoever to do with having children, but time and time again, that's what I read. Well, it's about fertility, and I don't know. I'm just thinking it's because she looks good. Um, Fertility is not on my mind at all there when it comes to attractiveness. So, Damien, you're getting your money's worth tonight for coming in late. That's good. You know, giving a little direction here. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Paul T. Damien Dolomite heels also accentuate the length and shape of her legs, which many guys like anyway. Yes, they do. Um, and I think it's helpful to find someone that you are attracted to. I would think that normally if a guy is going to marry somebody he's not attracted to, that I mean, to me that would be kind of suspicious. Um, because we are attracted to women. Damien says, but looks good means supple skin, more subcutaneous fat, etc., and it all directly relates to ability to carry and feed a fetus. Well, yeah, on these subconscious levels, I'm sure that's true. Um, I'm sure there is something wired into men that maybe we can't even express when we look at someone and we like them and we're attracted to them and I mean I do think that sexual attraction is why a man wants to get married because he wants to be with this woman in a sexual way, and ultimately then beyond that it's to produce a family. He's usually going to want to produce a family with this woman that he is smitten with. He's attracted to her, and he may not even be able to verbalize necessarily why he is. He just is. Yeah, wider hips equals safer childbirth. Well, I didn't know that. All I know is that soft, supple skin is good. Paul T says yes, and it's reasonably reasonable, especially for a first marriage, to be with someone who has those attributes, even if she is a lot younger. Well, you know, who knows what I have in store here for 2020. I hope you guys close out this year well, and I hope that next year those of you who are have married Filipinas can be together if the visa process isn't taking too long these days. And those of you who are identified as Filipinas and go out there and meet them, you hopefully will be able to be a lot further ahead and hopefully maybe even have a commitment from someone. I just caught a comment here. Runway model 5'9" minimum. Yeah, I might have been a little off there. Rhino says, I love the tiny petite Filipinas. I know, it's just something about that, Rhino. And a lot of guys like the taller, long-legged women, and those of us that like darker skin and smaller. Well, the Philippines is a great place for that. Paul T says, I like tall women as long as they are shorter than me. How tall are you, Paul? I'm 6'2", by the way. Gotta get these notifications out of the way. Damien says, Paul, some men like it. Some men want someone with other qualities. My friend just married someone older, a chef. She challenged him and stuff. That happens. I guess it wouldn't be my natural inclination to marry someone older than I am, although almost had to. But I still couldn't find someone here. Yeah, for some, children on an occasion. Damien says, I prefer younger too, but don't think we'll have longevity. Yeah, certainly something to think about. Paul is 6'2", well, so am I. 6'2" and getting shorter, I guess, with the disc issue. Um, and Damien, you're talking about the longevity of the husband and his Filipino wife. Um, thing about, and that's true. Um, I'm not shy to talk about mortality. Um, Damien says he's like 6 to 13 years younger, because I don't know. It's just a fact. I don't want my wife to be shocked at, or surprised at anything. And you know, although it'd be perfect if we died together at the same time, some way, um, the chances are I'm going to go before she does. You know, I told her the other day, you're probably going to have more years after I die without me than you were with me of our marriage, and it's going to be tough. And I hope that the YouTube channel and pictures and all that are some ways for her to preserve the memories. Um, but that's, but people get married and they don't live out a long life. Somebody dies in their 20s or 30s or an accident, and there are no guarantees that that Aiza's not going to go first, or that I'm not going to go tomorrow. I mean, you just never know. Uh, you just never know. Paul T. Damien, I'm gradually reaching a similar conclusion based on my experiences, gradually increasing my preferred age. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of guys are just, in their 50s or 60s, or it almost sounds like they exclude anyone that's over 25. And quite frankly, that would be a good place to start for an age. You know, Again, it depends on the age of the guy. If the guy is 38, then he can go for somebody that's in their early 20s. But as we age and factor different things into it, we might choose to say, well, I'm going to look for different things, or maybe I want her to be a little bit older. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as we've thought through it. Damien says it's not mortality only. I just don't think a young woman will be fulfilled with probably a man who is 65 or 70. She may love him, but I don't know. I would worry. Um, and Damien, you're probably asking for Paul to elaborate on increasing his age filter. Let's check and see here. Yeah, when you start thinking about, well, when he's 75 and she's 40 or 45, she's hopefully thought of that too, not just him. Um, and you never know. I mean, it's a fair question, but yet you just don't know. My dad died at 55. My sister died at 51. Um, you just never know. Paul T says, I tend to think a much older guy should stick with a woman roughly mid-20s and above. And by much older, you're probably talking about 50s, 55. I was 58. No, I was 53. Aiza was 26. So we have a 27-year age difference. And, there are guys who are very happily married to women who have a very wide age gap. And it all depends on each other. Now, I want to take care of myself so I can last as long as I can to be with her. Well, it depends what Paul means by much older. I think, uh, unless he's saying that these older guys are only wanting women that are 18 to 22. And a lot of guys are like that, I've noticed anyway, looking around at other channels. It's like the 25, 26, mid-20s woman, they feel like, well, that's just too old. For whatever reason, that's undesirable. as if those extra 3 or 4 years will be a good thing, and it might actually be a bad thing if they're, you know, 18 to 22. Paul T says, I'm referring to compatibility since the women change a lot as they get past their 20s. And Damian Paul, yes, that's partly true. They don't become equivalent to a 65-year-old man. No, they're going to have a lot of differences. Culturally, life experiences. This is where people say, well, how could it possibly work? What do you have in common? That's when I say, well, you got to find some things in common. Just because you may not have a lot in common now, once you're married and together, you can try to. I know when we're older, sometimes we get stuck in our ways and we don't want to try new things or learn new things. But you have a younger wife, you have an opportunity to learn different things, and that should just help you as you move into older age, and might actually help that transition, because you aren't set in your ways, and you can learn some different things to do and like that you never liked before with your wife. But as far as you know, if you're talking sexual compatibility, then well, it kind of, a lot of that depends on what he can still do, because that is important. And I hope these guys that are in their 60s are thinking, well, I mean, who knows? I'm assuming they're thinking marriage, okay? Because that's the way I think. So if they're thinking about being married to someone, they have to be able to please them. I say that all the time, and it goes without saying, because she's a younger woman, and you know, he still needs to be able to do that. Damien says men think they can go over there and act like it's a catalog of girls, not realizing what will happen in the future. Yeah, they aren't. Sometimes they aren't realizing what can happen in the future. And it always helps to have some people give you some feedback. It doesn't mean you have to do it, but at least you're opening yourself up to the opinions of people that can maybe see things that you can't. And I mean, if they care about you, they'll say, well, have you considered this? And depending on what it is, maybe it's something that should be considered. Yeah, Paul T, not saying guys in their 60s should focus on 20-year-olds. And that could be a recipe for disaster. I mean, at some point, don't you think there has to be diminishing returns with a really, really large age gap, or a man that's 60, 65 when he marries her, and she's 20 years old? I mean, I don't like to say, well, here's something hard and fast, but I have said, a 30-year age gap, I wouldn't necessarily recommend more than that personally. And again, it's, it all depends. It just all depends. Yeah. Well, I mean, we did a live stream on generation gap differences with the younger woman. There's that generation gap. There's the mentality or the psychology. There's the physical differences, where they are in that stage of life, and that's something to be taken seriously. The physical part of it. Damien says another interesting study showed that in age gap relationships, relationship satisfaction is high in the first 2 to 3 years, if I recall, and then declines sharply. Does that make sense, Damien? I mean, can you see where that would be true? Yeah, it could have been 5 years, something like that. Paul T, or maybe after 1 year if we bring them back to the USA Western country. Well, it can be more challenging than staying or being in the Philippines for sure. But I have come across that too. Relationship satisfaction is high, but I guess I would ask, why does it decline after only 2 or 3 or 4 years? Um, I can see it declining after 15 years or something, but it seems like that would be awful close. But again, that's not going to be the case for every person. And bringing the country, or to this country, certainly brings more factors into it. And I just did a couple uploads on how to prevent your wife from changing, which is really from becoming Americanized. Just some things a guy can do that he would do well to do, because there is more temptation here in this country. Rhino Wisdom says, tell that to Mick Jagger, now in his 70s. Just had a child of a 22-year-old model. Well, I hope that child is healthy. I know guys can do it. Um, does his sidekick, the indestructible one, Keith Richards? Does Keith Richards? He'll probably live to be 100, regardless of his lack of regard for health. But 70s. I mean, again, I'd be concerned about potential birth defects. Now, I don't use drugs. I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. That helps. When you're an older guy and you're still trying to, if you're open to, giving your wife a baby. I mean, that helps. I don't know. I think Mick Jagger is actually a health conscious guy. At least he is, last I read. Whereas Keith Richards, who people don't know this about Keith Richards, but there's been he's like a cat with 9 lives. Keith Richards is believed to have been the lone survivor of the Hindenburg crash, when he just walked away. He has that kind of luck, that kind of longevity. I'm kidding, of course. I'm over exaggerating there about Keith Richards. Damien, well, the older person realizes the young person is too immature, and the younger person realizes the old person is not wise or exciting, just old. Yeah, a person can be older and just old, or he could be older and very wise and keen and actually have some appeal to the right. Filipina. Paul T says, Rhino, everyone seems to give rich celebrities a pass on big age differences. And I've read these articles, with interest on the big celebrity age gap marriages, and it seems like usually they don't last. Now, I think Mike Douglas, or maybe it's Michael Douglas, has a big age gap and has been married the longest. It's actually, I think, worked for him, but a lot of them, they just don't work out, which is why in Love Beyond the Sea, I try to talk a lot about how to treat her. And, I just think for the marriage to work, you need to focus on the other person and not keeping score, not keeping track, protect her, provide for her, be good to her, help her self-esteem, just treat her right. Don't try to control her. These are things that are endearing, to a woman in an age gap relationship. Rhino laughing out loud. You think the young girl is actually turned on by him? I doubt it. He is a bag of bones. Well, who knows if he can even get any satisfaction these days. But, I guess he can do it. Celebrity status. But you don't have to be a celebrity to find a wife in the Philippines. I do think it helps to be a nice guy. I've got this video called Nice Guys Finish First in the Philippines. And I like to think I'm a nice guy. I was a nice guy before, and I couldn't find anybody here in the United States. I don't know. I began to wonder if I had a sign on my forehead that said "loser" or something like that. But I've been married now for 4.5 years, and we're going to go back and visit our honeymoon site and where we got married in a few weeks, and or less than that, back to the good old Philippines. Damien says, if you're with Mick Jagger, you stay in a posh hotel top floor, you get photographed, you get huge amounts of child support forever. Yeah, you become a celebrity. That's right. Rhino Wisdom, that's a silly statistic. In most marriages, a marriage loses satisfaction after 2 years. You think it has nothing to do with the age gap? But I have read that. And maybe the gist of that sort of article is that, believe it or not, they do have a higher degree of satisfaction than you might think for a few years, compared to, they could never be happy with each other. And then something happens over the next few years, and then then things change. The famous 7-year itch. Lady Farmer thinks big. Um, Thank you for joining me here tonight, Lady Farmer. Talking about, is there a Filipina in your life this Christmas? Mostly a topic for men, but you're welcome to be here. We're kind of talking about age gap relationships right now. I thank you for joining us here tonight. 7-year itch. Damien says, Rhino, maybe so. Many of these studies are flawed, but most studies do show that marriages that last longest have the shorter age gap. In America, 4 years is the best gap. In Denmark, 6 years statistically. Lady Farmer, I'm glad you're here. My wife, Filipino wife, bought me this shirt, which I am proudly displaying here tonight. We were talking about earlier how she's changed pretty much 100% of my wardrobe, so that when I go out to work or in public, she wants me to look the way she wants me to look. She wants me to look nice. And so my wife has helped make those changes to my hair and my facial hair and all that. And she's done a good job with that. Paul T says, I would think the teacher student mentor dynamic with a much younger woman can also cause strain, and she may have a lot less education life experience, hence frustration. Well, and maybe there's something about a Filipina, a lady farmer. Are you a Filipina? Um, Maybe you could shed some light here on age gap relationships, Filipinas and foreigners. I'm 27 years older than my wife, and guys are always interested in, can these relationships really work? Um, I think there's some, the things that my wife and I have had to deal with, issues. I don't think any of them have had to do with the age gap. They've been more, cultural or personality, not so much the age in our situation. Lady Farmer thinks big. Some young are really attracted to the older guys, I believe. Yeah, they may very well. Now, Lady Farmer, that doesn't mean that they aren't picky. I'm sure they have their selectiveness about the older men. They probably would prefer the guy is in reasonably good shape. Lady Farmer, does that help if the guy is, reasonably fit? Would that be what a younger Filipina would prefer if she could? Damien says, Paul, true, and then later it flips as a woman comes in her own. Woody Allen movies showed that well. Woody Allen, I always like some of Woody Allen's. Well, Woody Allen, there's a guy that married a much much younger woman. I don't know if they were still married, but he did. In fact, he's always on that list for having a big age gap. I think he married an Asian woman. Paul T says, I think of Rike, who seems to prefer that dynamic, but not everyone can do that. Um, yeah, I mean, he does, but Rike and me and you and all of us, we're all getting older. And like somebody said earlier, they get older and they kind of reevaluate their age preference that they're looking for. And that's very fair. I mean, the longer we live, the more experience, the more knowledge, the more questions we ask, the more we see. And it's fair to say, you know what, maybe I'm going to shorten that age gap a little bit. Maybe that would be best for me. That's a good idea. And Enrique's not getting any younger. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, guys change physically, and I'm not saying he can't do it, and I'm not saying what he should look for. Um, just that at some point, like I speculated, wouldn't there be diminishing returns if the man is getting older and older and still looking for that younger woman, like a lot of guys in their 60s. Rike's not in his 60s, but a lot of guys are in their 60s, and it's like the first thing they look at is somebody that's 20 or 22, and they just kind of disregard the older ones who might actually have enough more years of maturity and life on them to make them an even better partner. Damien says Rike can't do it either. Laughing aloud, he is single for long stretches and ends up paying. Well, we'll see. I think he has a new interest, and I wish him well for that. I think I don't watch all of his videos, but I like his channel, always have, and I think he is more serious about settling down. Time will tell. Bob Quinn, thank you for joining us tonight, Bob. Should we really be selecting a partner based on statistics showing the highest probability of success? No, Bob, I would say no, but anything that can be factored into it. But it's just statistics involving different people than me. People would say, well, it's just never going to work with a wife 27 years younger. I never even thought about having a wife 27 years younger, but what I try to focus on is just being the type of husband I need to be to her, regardless of the age. I don't look at her as being, my younger wife. She is my wife, and therefore I owe her certain things. I have certain responsibilities. Certain behaviors towards my wife will work. Certain behaviors towards my wife will not work. And I just want to be as good to her as I can and have harmony, whatever concessions or sacrifices I have to make, within reason. I want to do that because I do value her very, very much. My wife is a big asset to me. And I would say, like I said, any arguments we've had really haven't been because of the age gap. It's been other differences of opinion. But yeah, Bob, to answer your question, I would say no. I mean, the statistics, there's so much in the statistics we're not privy to. You can get paralyzed, with too much analysis. Where are we here tonight? Bob Quinn, and then Lady Farmer thinks big. Yes, I am. Age gap is really tough to deal. So you are a Filipina, and you probably have Filipina friends and relatives who are in age gap relationships. So Lady Farmer thinks big probably is very knowledgeable in what can go wrong and also what might work, in situations that she has seen where they were getting along well. Damien says, Bob Quinn, no, but it is one factor. Would you choose a bar girl? No, because stats show they don't work. Well, that's true. The statistics may show that, but then you can also kind of go deeper into that just by thinking about it and and using some common sense, um, why that might not work. Rike pays monthly but does not tell viewers. That's what I heard. Uh, I'm not sure what that means, but I hope he finds somebody and settles down. But that's just my persuasion. I get lonely, at times when Aiza's at work, but it's still, at the end of the day, I'm happier knowing that she's my wife, and we can plan our future together, and she'll be here tonight, and we'll be going to the Philippines. You can barely see, it's probably out of the picture. Over here is the luggage. She'll start packing later tonight. Lady Farmer says, well, in my opinion, it really depends what the young one like. Me, I prefer chubby and older. What the young one likes. Um, there's just so many situations. You wonder, well, why does this couple get along? I wouldn't seem like they would get along, but they do. And the physical appearance thing is, we're different. We've talked about being attracted to taller women, shorter women, some light fair skin, other dark skin. Um, we're all different, and the impression it makes. I would think, though, we'd want somebody to be healthy, at least, to show that they want to be around for a while. Damien says Woody is married for decades. Uh, yeah, he's had some issues, I guess, in the news. Who knows? But yeah. Well, I mean, all of us have our issues and our troubles. That's for sure. Chubby too, Damien asks. Interesting. Probably depends on how chubby, right? I mean, there's a chubby maybe that she likes, and then there's a beyond chubby that she wouldn't like. Thing is, like my wife doesn't. I'm more interested in my appearance than she is. Where I tell her, "Hun, I've got to do this. Hun, I look terrible. Hun, I hate to look at myself in the mirror or whatever. And hun, I got to do this." And then she's the one that's, oh no, I like you just the way you are. Don't change that. You don't have to do that. And so, hun, I hate this. I want to do something about it. And, no, don't do that. It's not worth it. So, I mean, we're all different. Lady Farmer thinks big, but tough too because of the culture and generation. Yeah, generation gaps. For example, just the music she may like may be a big turnoff to an older man. Fortunately, Aiza and I tend to like the same music. Just had a big blip here or something. I don't want to lose my place, and I am. But thanks, Lady Farmer, for your opinions here. I'm sure you're the only woman here tonight, and I do value your opinions. I wish more Westerners could pick the brains of a Filipina, um, because older ones are probably have nothing to lose and answer their questions. Be very honest with them and forthright. Generation gap issues are there along with age gap issues. Um, Damien says Rike is the most sensible sounding person, but not sensible acting. Wow, there's something about a beautiful Filipina that can make you do unsensible things. But he explains himself well, and like I said, I hope he settles down. I know he's must be doing really well financially with all of the interests that he has. I hope at some point he settles down, and maybe some of those personal ventures need to take a back seat for a while. You can't have everything. You can get lonely too. Um, so again, whenever somebody's comfortable, I was comfortable marrying my wife in 54 days. I met her, and I met her to marry her. Even if she showed up in a wheelchair, I was going to marry her. I think it would have taken a lot for me to say, oh, no, I wasn't expecting this. I was definitely expecting to marry her. Paul T says, Lady Farmer, I have read that many women prefer chubby or less muscle-bound guys, partly because, yeah, muscular guys seem more vain. I would like to say, and maybe Lady Farmer can say something here, but I hope young guys and even women in their 20s, I don't think they're a younger guy, and before I damaged my health from lifting weights too much, I guess. You go to the gym when you're younger because you figure this is what the women are impressed by. I don't think the women are impressed by big muscle bound guys. I don't think they're impressed seeing a guy work himself into a lot of sweat on the treadmill or lifting a lot of weights and putting a lot of effort into that. I just don't think it impresses them. Why? Because it just doesn't impress them. They're women. Guys, we're more on the physical side, and what we see, we get carried away with. I think in general, there's always exceptions, but I think in general, young women just they don't care about that like we think they care about that. So, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that, that women that's not something they see as being really important and valuable. They'd like to see a guy that can hold the conversation, can be understanding and sympathetic, and hopefully smart and hardworking, and dedicated and loyal, and things like that. I think those are very sexy traits to women from around the world, I would think. Lady Farmer says, what the older men never anticipate is, what if they can't perform anymore and they want younger? In the few years they're okay, but once they're older, and then Damien says, Viagra. Lady Farmer says, man gets older, how they can give satisfaction to the young one. I agree with you, Lady Farmer. I mean, I've said that. Man, I'm trying not to sneeze. I've said that on my channel because we want to be realistic. And while I have a handful of videos on younger wives, I think it is a responsibility. I mean, let's not fool ourselves in thinking that younger woman is not a young woman in every sense of the word. And I know part of what the guy is at least subconsciously thinking is, well, she's going to be really, what's the word, nubile. She's going to be really, I don't know, easy to arouse or good in bed. But, there's a difference between an older man and a younger woman. I think Lady Farmer is right on here, because I think you have to, you do need, I think, to take, the man needs to do Viagra or whatever he needs to do because he is with a younger woman and he needs to please her. It's just right. Like any man and any woman that are married, they need, their intimate life is important, and he needs to be able to please her. Sure, it's like a ball player. You're going to lose skills over time. Even LeBron is not going to be LeBron forever. It's just natural, and so I think it's unfair to the young women. I would like the young women to think about that. This is why I say there are diminishing returns to um, at some point the age gap can get so big where something very important for her cannot get done, and that is, her satisfaction, and that's just realistic. And so hopefully the guy understands that he still has a job to do, and you know if he can't, that's going to cause a certain amount of stress. So yeah, if, like you say, Lady Farmer, if he doesn't anticipate that, then he needs to. I mean, look, this is why the more better in shape he is, uh, the more he can last. That part of that relationship can last and be good, and I think that's important. It's changed the game for many men. Damien talking about Viagra or sildenafil. Now, interestingly enough, I've had a couple guys give me emails on products that a man can get in the Philippines, because the Viagra is in the Philippines. I think it's like $20 to $30 a pill. It's about what it would be here, without insurance. And so they're saying, well, hey, try this online. It works for me. I know this works for somebody. And, who knows if it works. I've looked at some of those ingredients out of curiosity, and they're the usual suspects in these type of testosterone boosters. Um, Whether it's harmful or not, probably not. They're probably not harmful, but somebody would just have to try. And I'm all for a guy trying whatever he can to please his Filipina wife. I think it's just fair. Hugh Hefner took Viagra. He must have been one of the first ones. But there's a guy talking about age gap marriages, although I'm not sure I would put Hugh Hefner's marriages in the legit category, kind of extenuating circumstances there. Paul T says, Lady Farmer, yeah, if a man can't keep up with his younger woman, maybe she'll get away from him completely. Um, that this is the thing. When you marry someone, the younger woman needs to. Here's the thing, though, too. Well, I think about it, and Lady Farmer knows about this. It seems like, Lady Farmer, that the Filipinas tend to think just one day at a time. They don't think about the future. I know Aiza doesn't like me thinking about 10, 20, 30 years ahead. I say, hon, I don't know how not to think ahead, because I'm your husband, and I just need to know what's coming. And I need to be prepared for your sake. So I do think ahead. And that's what I do consider mortality and stuff like that. But Filipina may only think of one day at a time. She might be thinking, well, I want to marry this guy. Seems like a nice guy. He's a lot older, but we've got these family needs back in the Philippines, and he can help me with that. And I don't think the Filipinas should be like mercenaries that just, put themselves out there and risk their future for some financial gain early on. I don't think that's right either. But this is where the guy probably needs to take some initiative and say, well, let's talk about the age gap. Here's what I think what we might have to be thinking about in the future as time goes by. But obviously, the closer they are in age, the less that's going to be an issue down the line. But sometimes I think the Filipinas are just as guilty as the older Western men in not thinking about possible repercussions of a really big age gap. I think both can, for different reasons, not be thinking about it. Her perhaps because now initially and for a while her financial needs are met, and the guy thinking, well, for the time being, my intimate needs are met. So they don't think beyond that, and I think they probably should think beyond that. And Damien, I know what you're talking about. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I. But yeah, there's always, and that's probably a prescription too, believe it or not. And I'm sure it works. Just I would rather not do that and pass out at the same time. Lady Farmer says, Paul T, not really, but actually it would be unfair for the young one when it comes to that situation. But if the young one don't mind, well, no problem. Rhino says, Bob Quinn, maybe we should. Okay, different opinion here. Maybe Western marriages have over 50% failure rate. What if it came to you with a financial investment opportunity for you, but there was an over 50% failure rate? Yeah, it is. It is risky, and so you want to manage your risks whenever you get involved within marriage. And I hope that in time, people watch my videos, they'll realize I am trying to be, matter of fact and practical about things that can help, even though it seems like I'm overdoing it, or I'm leaning too much towards benefiting the woman. I want the marriage to last, and I think somebody has to make concessions, and it might as well start with the husband, and then maybe his wife will do the same. I think if your friend maybe doesn't want to try Viagra or can't afford it, I don't know. That seems kind of barbaric. Paul T says, Damien, issues like that are often related to cardiovascular health and similar things that can be fixed instead of masked. And, that's so easily gotten here in the States that, it could mask some potentially serious problems. And that's why, some of these guys are taking these supplements called, I don't know, whatever, extreme something, and who knows what's actually in there that they don't say what's in there. The ingredients they list, may be harmless, but then there might be something in there they don't quite get around to telling you about that could really make somebody sick. That could be. I need to keep up here. Drink some more cold coffee. Pardon me while I try to catch up to where we were. I think we'll set a record tonight probably for comments, and that's good. It's the last Friday before Christmas, and I'm more than happy to stay here and if people have things they want to talk about. Damien, I'll show this comment. I don't see anything wrong with it. Perhaps, but with age comes lower sex drive, doesn't it? Some decline is normal. Some decline is normal because by the time, at 30, a man's testosterone will decline by about 1 to 2% a year. Now, one school of thought is that the total testosterone doesn't change that much, which I don't agree with. But some doctors that say your total testosterone might not change that much, but your estrogen increases with age, which lowers your free testosterone. I think the total and the free both go down as you get older. The higher it was when you were younger, the less noticeable it will be as it drops. But yeah, at some point, and it's depends on the guy's health too. If you're just not healthy, then you could have sexual issues in your 50s. But that is normal. Absolutely, it has to decline. It just does with age because probably you just don't need it because you're older and need to prepare for other things. Kind of a morbid thought. But yeah, that's true. Damien says, Rhino, but you're using faulty logic. The reason Western marriages fail does not have to do with small age gaps. Um, yeah, if it fails, you know, differences, not on the same page, can't agree on what's right or wrong, or just lack of concern, or selfishness, inability to forgive. These are all real things. Lack of patience, control, um, you know, just not knowing how to treat somebody. Lady Farmer says it just happens. I like older, more matured men. And appreciate you saying that. My wife was looking for someone not drastically older, but she didn't say 20 to 80 like some Filipinas did, which is what I liked about her profile. I could tell she actually put some thought into that age gap, age difference, and was at least realistic about it. And Lady Farmer says, I'm only speaking my knowledge, not really fat though, just chubby. Lady Farmer, do you mind telling me where you live, what part of the Philippines you're in? I'm just curious. And Damien says, in some Asian cultures, family pressure to stay married is intense. Courts do not award alimony or child support or custody. Women have few rights, so they stay. In some Asian cultures, that may be true. I want my wife to stay with me. I appreciate the thumbs up, whoever gave me that. I feel like a Jerry Lewis telethon here at the 3 hour and 31 minute mark. But it'll be good for the retention rate. And I just want to, we got some good conversation going. Lady Farmer's here to give us a female perspective, which is good. I want my wife to stay with me because she knows I care about her more than anyone else in the world, and that's what I hope she does. So Damien, what do you mean cannot be so simplistic? Damien told him, I am sure some men staying married in the West to avoid loss of assets too. I know someone in that situation. He was with a Thai woman. Just like a lot of marriages stay together because of the children, and it could be the assets too. But that's just part of life. Being together is difficult if you're the same age. If you're the homecoming king and queen, there are going to be challenges. That's why I, try to focus on things in my channel, Love Beyond the Sea, that would apply to anyone, any marriage. Because I think what works with a Filipina would work with an American. All things being equal, I'm not talking about a feminist, because that seems to really make things complicated when it doesn't have to be. Damien says, I also don't think women are impressed by muscles, but I think it's good to have if you have other good qualities. Yeah, you don't want to just be a musclehead and have no other good redeeming qualities. And there's nothing wrong with lifting weights to stay strong. It certainly is good for your bones. It certainly is good for your heart. Exercise is a good thing. What I was trying to say is doing it because a certain look or physique is going to automatically impress the women doesn't, I don't think, really works that way. Nothing wrong with having muscles, though. Muscles are good, but women aren't that into that. Now, Aaron Taylor, you just snuck in the room here. Hey, Aaron, thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate that. Many Filipinas in my life this Christmas, maybe too many sometimes, all preparing going on in the house. Well, good for you. I have my Filipina. We'll be here celebrating Christmas Eve and Christmas here, and then we'll get on a plane very early in the morning, as soon as the airport's open, first flight out of here, day after Christmas. And hopefully, Aaron, we'll be able to see you. I do have your information written down here. I'm going to take this notepad and put some notes I need for the Philippines. I keep different notepads for different things. That's how I arrange myself. And hopefully we can meet in Tagum somewhere. Um, Go out and eat in a nice place. We'll see. I have no idea how big it is. I have no idea what part my wife wants to show me. I just want to see where she grew up. It's just something that's fascinating to me, and I look forward to meeting you and yours as well. Lady Farmer says, I heard some couple, when the man is very, excuse me, something, he will let the Filipina date to other to fulfill, but not leaving the older partner, though. Yeah, well, it's, I think it's just, you need to be the one for the woman. Uh, you can't say, oh, here, it's like having a concubine, or something like that. I marry somebody, I need to perform. They need to perform. It's just something that you owe the person you're married to, and to completely look past that, I think would be selfish. And if guys are making that mistake, they need to think about that and be realistic. Damien, people in general have a lot of trouble accepting their own mortality. Well, I think it's I think it's a good thing. I mean, one of the videos I did was something called "Is There Still Is It Not?" I used to call it "Is Time on My Side," and then I changed it. Is it too late to find love with a Filipina? That's what I called it. Time is of the essence. I'll tell you what, the older I get, the more my priorities do tend to shift a little bit. And I do tend to want to involve myself with things that really matter, because it's going by so fast, and I don't want to waste time. I don't want to waste my life. And so if I was single and getting older, I would really start thinking about, hey, is there something in my life that's causing me to put this off unnecessarily? I mean, again, diminishing returns. So much of life is meant to be acquired when you're younger and healthier and vibrant and healthy. It's just energetic. It's a good thing, and we want to make the best we can of the end of our life. And sometimes decisions we make early on, good or bad, can affect what the end of our life is like. But thinking mortality, I think, is a good thing. I mean, don't be afraid to consider your mortality and how it affects the decisions you need to make. But I agree with you, Damien. It's not a comforting thing to think about. Lady Farmer says, Aaron Taylor, that's true, but other older men after that can't deal and get jealous, but some older men deal or can deal. Just have to take care of your Filipina. Damien says, a man who can allow the woman to date other men must be very strong. Well, I mean, if it's your spouse, of course, you can't do that. But ultimately, you want what's best for the other person, even if the guy has to say, look, maybe this younger fella is better marrying you than I am, if there is that person in their life. But if the woman wants to marry the guy and he's older, that's up to her. Big E in Cebu, you're amazingly real and candid with your Viagra comment. We've had several on that. Hear that there is also a female Viagra on the way. I've heard about that for a long time. I don't know if it is. When Viagra came out, there's a lot of wives who were very unhappy with it and didn't think their husbands who were older should be taking that, because they were at an age where they were, let's say, postmenopausal, and the sexual interest wasn't there. But when you're marrying a younger woman, so you marry a younger Filipina, um, I personally don't see the problem with using something like Viagra. However, just keep in mind, Viagra doesn't make you a good lover. A good lover has a lot more to do with, you know, physically, uh, being able to perform. A lot of that is, like they say, foreplay starts at breakfast. You know, it's a whole day routine of how you treat this person. And so for some guys, the Viagra is not going to help at all because it has to do with how you care about her. Um, that really is the most important thing. Illegal, okay, yeah. Lady Farmer says, Viagra is. Oh boy, you say it's illegal. I know people have told me what it costs. Maybe they're buying it from somebody just off a street corner. So that could be. Um, what is a guy to do? I don't know. You can get in big trouble buying something that is illegal because you just don't know what's in there. And Big E, who is in Cebu, says the Viagra on the streets of the Philippines isn't real, and most studies on it revealed that most were just starch. So you'd be getting either a big placebo effect on that fake Viagra, or maybe you didn't need it in the first place. I don't know. Um, that doesn't surprise me. And if you're spending $20 a pill, for that, um, but if the doctors are not prescribing it, then I suppose there's a good chance that it would be um, fake, if it wasn't prescribed by a doctor. Damien says Hugh Hefner marriage. Just skipped around here for some reason when I was reading your comment. So what happens when you have a lot of comments is you're on one and then boom, it disappears. And I have a lot of comments I want to catch up on here, it looks like. So we need to get going. I need to be moving along here on these comments. And I appreciate these comments, by the way. Hugh Hefner, marriage is equal money, fame, foreigner, Filipina, money, green card, but I know what you mean. Aaron says there's one specific area here in Tagoon where guys are peddling Viagra products every day. And they're not real, probably. And yeah, I think that's probably in other places too. I mean, yeah, if you take it to a lab, I suppose they could tell you, or you can just try it. But I'd be afraid there's something very bad in there that I might end up in a hospital or something. Damien says, I don't mean to disparage. I can see many foreigner Filipino marriages are pretty genuine. The ones I know, we know 3 Fil-Am couples, and they seem to be doing okay. 2 of them are older with a bigger gap, and the other one there, he's probably not even 40, so I don't think their gap is too big at all. Maybe 12, 13 years. A lady farmer says that aspect is very important, but like I said, Filipina can be sacrifice not to have it as long as they in love. If you're talking about intimacy, and that's another topic, lady farmer. I mean, a man can give a lot love to a woman, his wife, is a lot more than the sexual. That's part of it, absolutely. But at some point in time, his prowess is going to wane. It's a fate worse than death, I know. To a lot of guys, it's very depressing to think about. But that doesn't mean he no longer can love her. That no longer means that she can no longer receive love from her husband. In fact, he's going to have to kind of major in other areas now of expressing his love and minor in that one because he's getting older. Damien says, I've been celibate a long time myself. It can be done. I don't know what I missed there about that, but yeah, I was celibate far too long, and it's tough. It's very tough. Damien says, even as a man, the best sex I ever had is with someone I felt emotionally connected to, not necessarily someone with the best body. Well, and the emotional attachment is, it needs to be there. That's what really makes it best. And probably this is what happens the longer a marriage goes on. Early on, a lot of it is, just physical. But if it's a good relationship in time, there should be some more stronger feelings developed for each other. And actually, the thing is, the guys the sex pats that go from one woman to another never develop that intimacy. They don't allow it to get to that point. They'll never realize how good it can be because they're not really. It can't. It's just too much physical. It's not going to be emotional. Should be both, Lady Farmer. I agree. All wish we were younger. Damien says, Lady, well, I will tell you my belief. I don't believe that true love can arise with two people who are 20 years apart from different countries, cultures, generations. I could be wrong. Well, but again, what happens when those two people get married will determine whether that love can develop. And again, we're defining love. There's many kinds of love. I know I love my wife more now than when I married her because, I mean, we were married 4.5 years. I developed very strong feelings for her, and I imagine those feelings will get stronger every year that we are together, no matter what, because we're building a history together. And, time will tell, but I'm going to do everything I can for her to have feelings for me and know that I love her dearly. And we got 27 years in different cultures, generation, and all of that. So far, so good. Certainly wouldn't be the first time somebody with an age gap like that had a good relationship. Time will tell. But I think the love for me, the thing that makes this easier, Damien, is my definition of love is it's a verb, it's an action, it's something you go out and intentionally do, whether you like it or not. It's got nothing to do with feelings. I owe my wife love, so I'm going to love her whether I like it or not, whether I feel like it or not. And the more I can do that for her, the more she's going to realize I'm in it for good. And if you look at it as not so much feelings, but what you're doing for the other person, that does kind of change the perspective. And I know my wife can feel loved because of the things I do for her. Even though we just kind of threw our relationship together in 54 days. Love of strong gratitude or caring. Love is a multifaceted thing. I mean, there are feelings that come from loving someone. When I married my wife, I dedicated myself to being good to her. Now I have stronger feelings for her than I did before because I've been putting in the effort to be good to her. And because of that, I have stronger feelings. Is that love? I don't know. But it emanates from an act of trying to be good to my wife. Now, let me check out this hidden comment here. Give me a second, please. Yeah, Lady Farmer is talking about time may come that man gets kind of grouchy, says, like a baby, wants attention all the time, then easily gets jealous. Well, is this something he can think about when he's younger? If he's careful, he'll think about the dynamics of that relationship when he's much older. He probably won't think that far ahead, but um, you've heard the term grouchy old men, and um, our attitudes have to change as we get older too. I think if you're whether you're with a younger wife or someone the same age, just try not to feel that way that Lady Farmer was saying. But yeah, Damien, I hope my wife and I are can be one of many that do love each other. Oh, Lady Farmer, living in is uh, is it Quezon province host? Quezon, near Manila, somewhere out there. Lady Farmer thinks big. And thank you for letting me know that. We're going to be living in Davao area. Of course, Davao is huge, but that's where my wife is from. So when you hear me mention Davao, that's her home and our future home. Um, yeah, Daniel says some say 20 to 80. That's on a dating site. To me, that's a red flag. You never hear that. I think my wife said like 30 to 55, something like that. Well, that's almost impressive. It means like she must have thought about this. So yeah, but and not all Filipinas want somebody that's 20 to 80. Some of them only want somebody that's about their age. They really do. Um, that is the case for some. Rhino wisdom. I think if an older man focuses on staying healthy, supplements, testosterone shots, keeps his mind young, I think an older guy can keep up sexually, but the guy does have to make it a priority. Um, and while I will echo that, Rhino, there's still how he treats her. Um, I mean, he can be a really good, mechanically, so to speak, and be in shape, but he still needs to treat her right, and the two have nothing in common. I mean, I hope I hope I'm making myself clear. I mean, there's the mechanical issues of the performance. There's the Viagra or whatever supplements or meds, but that still doesn't affect the mind and whether she really feels loved by this guy. And but being healthy certainly helps. When you're with a younger wife, I think it helps to be as healthy as you can possibly be. Lady Farmer, now, if the older men experiencing this, the young partner should be prepared to this and give more extra patience because it's not his fault to feel that way. Um, and we're talking about some pretty deep stuff here for age gap relationships, but that's good. That's what I want to do. We're just being practical. She does have to be patient. I mean, he's hopefully going to do the best he can for her, be as healthy as he can, um, be as good to her as he can in that physical way. But at some point, he's just not gonna be able to. And so at that point, the younger woman can't resent him. She needs to realize they both married each other. They both, you knew what they were getting into, and she will have to be patient. And I think, judging by as many uh, older foreigners and younger Filipina marriages we see, that it would surprise me if the Filipinas aren't good at adjusting to that. I think they're just very good at adjusting and adapting different, going to a different culture, to a different country, leaving everyone, marrying an older guy. I think they're pretty good at making these adjustments. Can testosterone shots harm? Damien asks Rhino. Um, my take on that, Damien, is no, because it depends. The studies that people that are against it come out with have been long debunked. I mentioned the Life Extension Foundation supplements in the video I did on supplements. Uh, they have an article in there that talks about, well, in one of their magazines, it talks about how the flawed study is what people say when they say, "Oh, testosterone's bad for your heart." No, that was a flawed study, and it's not bad for your heart. It's actually good for your heart. The only issue is your red blood cells can get so thick um, that can. I suppose then the delivery method has something to do with that and the amount. But that's realistically, that's the only thing. If the guy is taking testosterone, he should get his CBC, complete blood count, checked. And of course, prostate, there might be a small chance that his PSA could elevate on the exogenous, which is outside the body source, testosterone. You should check your PSA levels anyway. I know mine. And then what else? It will raise estrogen. It has to. It's going to, because that's where estrogen comes from. So PSA, estrogen, red blood count, red blood cell count. Those are really the only things a guy has to be concerned about. Now, I don't know anything about 80, 90-year-old guys taking testosterone. I mean, that I don't know, but the people that are usually prescribed, older men that aren't doing it for the wrong reasons, those would be the only three real concerns, personally. Then again, I mean, the older you get, it can be really hard to increase your levels without something like that. But certainly, anything that raises testosterone is good for your body. I mean, it's good for your bones, good for your heart, good for your brain, good for all of those things. Now, I'm not saying that, some pro wrestler it's good for his health, because a lot of them, I think, have died from, overdoing a good thing. Yeah, Lady Farmer says it's part of him getting older. It is. These are the things that need to anticipate if you want an older partner. And, Lady Farmer, you're very wise. And I hope you have a chance to tell younger women, because you're wiser. Think about these things, just like I try to tell guys, well, think about what you're getting into. If she's going to be younger, she might be more immature. She's probably going to want to work because she's younger and more energetic. And, these are just things, she may want to do things in her spare time that you don't have the energy for. It helps to talk through these things together. But it isn't, getting older is just a normal part of life. And if you can anticipate getting older, you can probably anticipate some situations that might be affected by that. Damien says, Rhino, okay, but that might give you 5 or 10 more years. It could. Damien says a lot of it depends also on whether the young woman is a homebody or goes out and works, meets people, is shy, etc. Yes, that is true. Yeah, Lady Farmer again pointing out that there's some acceptance that needs to be there on the part of the woman, and that would be a very mature woman who sounds like she would make a good husband. Damien says, yeah, we're talking about using toys and so on. Well, but that'll be up to the Mr. and Mrs. whatever they want to get involved with. Yeah, we're older men worry about it, and they should be concerned about it, Lady Farmer. I mean, They should. I'm more concerned about the guys that never think about uh, the age dynamics. Well, and Damien, there's something to be said for being older and wiser too when it comes to that. Rhino says there's a lot of info coming out about longevity. I really think there will be major breakthroughs in that area in the next few years. And Rhino, we are living. We need to count down here. By the way, this is historic mark. 3, 2, 1. 4 hours. 4 hours, and still on. So thanks for everybody here for keeping the conversation going. We're living longer, but I mean, does that necessarily mean we're living better, or our lives are just being sustained through medicines and the like? I've always thought, you know, you need to value life, but I mean, nobody wants to be 80 and 90 and crippled and losing their mind and having to be taken care of. But um, that's sad. You want to take care of yourself, you know. But at least, fortunately, if you're married to a Filipina, and if she is understanding, she probably would take good care of you, in your latter years. But longevity is one thing. Living better and longer is another. Lady Farmer says your topic is very interesting. Older guys can ask. Believe me when I say I'm a Panay and well, not very old yet. Well, look, I mean, if a foreigner is interested in a younger woman, I mean, he should know all he can about what he's getting into. Damien, this woman on 90 Day Fiance, a much younger Nigerian, hilarious. Maybe I need to start watching this show again. Oh, she is 60 or so, quite large, mouthy, smokes, etc., and he has to take it, like it or not. Oh, the Nigerian, is a much younger guy. Well, good luck. Good luck with that. Boy, it keeps refreshing here. I gotta keep up. Yeah, time to bring in a surrogate. Yikes. This woman will have her own show, I think. Well, if she's that much of a character, I'm sure somebody's got that in mind already. Paul T, I can never figure out why the guys would like the much older divorced woman with kids, etc., other than the immigration angle. Could be, Paul. They're just oblivious to that possibility. Never thought about it. Don't know anybody that did. Maybe. Big E and Cebu, Viagra is legal, but needs a prescription. Anything imported, including Viagra, is 20 to 30% more expensive due to VAT taxes and customs. Anyone thinking anything is cheaper here never lived here. And Big E knows what he's talking about. Damien, boy, you came in here about 2.5 hours into it, and you really got the discussion going. So thanks for your time tonight, Damien, and you have a great end of the day, and Merry Christmas to you. Paul T says Big E and Cebu, mainly food and services, are cheaper in poor countries because they can be sourced locally. And some of the food, though, in the Philippines, I think, isn't necessarily cheaper, like milk, I've heard, or gasoline. Fuel, I think, can be quite expensive too. We'll get a look at those prices again here next week when we head to the Philippines. Yeah, Paul T says a common refrain from happily married couples seems to be that they love each other more and more with time. And they have to make adjustments and adaptations over time. Um, they have to make concessions when they're younger, and then adjustments. I mean, they have to be ready for some change, some ebb and flow. Try not to get too, try to stay even keel. There's gonna be plenty of good days and bad days too. Well, thanks for coming back, Lady Farmer. Didn't know you were gone for a while. Well, Rhino, I'm glad you're enjoying this Friday night, 4 hours. I'm feeling a little faint, but I think it's just probably from sitting here so long. Laptop is getting low bat and won't charge. Maybe disconnect again. Well, yeah, if we're on here so long and people's laptops aren't working, it's been entertaining, and I do appreciate everybody for joining in, and I'm glad I could stick around later. My wife will be home in less than an hour, so that's good. Um, Looking forward to seeing her, of course, my Filipina wife. And I want to thank everybody for chiming in tonight. Probably a record number of comments, and most importantly, um, a good time. And we talked about some important things that maybe don't show up on a lot of live streams and uploads. And so, as long as we keep it clean and decent, I just want to be helpful. And so I think it's been an informative live stream tonight. Thank you for everybody making it that way. And I'm just here to help and answer questions. So I won't go through the list. But for everybody who's here tonight, I appreciate that. Lady Farmer, thank you for your insights as a Filipina in the Philippines. Now, like I said, next live stream, unless for some reason I do one with Aiza this weekend, um, would be coming from the Philippines. We'll be there, leaving here on the 26th of December, and get to look at my new potential retirement place, and be watching for some of those videos, and subscribe if you haven't to Love Beyond the Sea. Tell other people about the channel, and thank you for making it a hit tonight. And everybody have a great weekend, and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year as well. This is Bob. Thank you for being here. This is Bob from Love Beyond the Sea.